Bruh. Bruh. That's crazy, man. I don't know. Maybe people don't get it. Short GameStop, I'll wager you a... I know, right? Crazy spot we're in, man. Crazy times we're living in. Let me... One sec, actually. So what's in the Burry report? It must not be that bad if GameStop's holding, I guess, right? Right? Anyways, to each their own. Ask my rents. I can't read. I suspect that neither can he. Right? Did you know the literacy rate in America is like 79%? 21% of Americans can't read at a 6th grade level. That's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe I should go through and read it to you all. Man, like I understand my, reading comprehension in general is not the best. It takes me a little bit of time to get things, and through repetition is where I strive. You gotta beat it into me, But damn, take your time. If you need, get your finger out. Maybe a ruler or a business card if you have one. You probably use your credit card. Just kidding. That's a funny joke to me. And anywho, follow along, go bit by bit, and maybe we'll get through it together, right? So I haven't read it. Someone's telling me all about Budget for Life. Man, that's the hardest pass in my whole fucking life. Holy shit. Maybe Pass for Life. And they're really trying to sell it, It's like, man, you see this guy? And it's like, yeah, I'm aware this individual will sell you a bullish bias, which is great, doing the DD, right? And that's part of the scam. People don't really understand how the scam works. So let's maybe go through it for the 50th fucking time. You have bullish-based DD, that's conforming to your bias, saying, oh, GameStop's a great company. They're killing it. They're doing all these things perfectly, just like you want to hear. Walk with the Lord, and the Lord will walk with you, right? And then you have another player saying, hey, man, we got some technical analysis here. Looks pretty bullish. That's my job. Don't tell anyone. It looks pretty bullish, you guys. And then you get another person saying, hey, maybe I got a YOLO update for you all. I bought $100,000 of far out of the money short dated calls. And then monkey see, monkey do. Oh, and then maybe some tinfoil enters the arena. Some really dumbass shit to spark the fire. And then all of Super Stonk gets excited, and they're a monkey see, monkey do. I've never once played options or done any education in my entire life, so let me just do what they did. I'm going to buy that fucking out-of-the-money short-dated call, and they sized in, so I'm going to size in too, and they get wrecked again and again and again. And then on the backside, you have these individuals selling you, the memberships, right? Which is just about the craziest thing. It's like, dude, you're running your business off of Google Sheets that's scalping information from another website. Oh my God. You want me to pay for that? No. But you allow them to exist because they feed your bias. They're like, oh, it's bullish. It's good. GameStop's great. You're smart. You're doing great. Keep up the good work. All while just fucking grabbing their vampire fangs in you and sucking you dry. It's incredible. It is incredible. So I don't want to hate too much, but that's just how I happen to see it. So warrant's pretty flat. Yeah, no, there's not going to be any volume on that. And furthermore, you see Super Stonks. Oh, every day you get this post. Warrant volume less than stock volume. Like it's some groundbreaking thing. It's always going to be less than. It's a 1/10 derivative. Shit. You really expect it to have higher volume than the stock? Oh, Lord. They know not what they do. Anyways, we got this Burry post to go through. The 1 day cross, the 4 day is like wanting to do it. Oh no, right? We're gonna have to wait and see. I haven't read any of this.com. Should we go right to the website? Eat from the Burry's mouth. It's like a baby bird chewed up all the DD for us. He's gonna baby bird it to us. He referred to it as a prequel and a second part coming. Second part of the article. Yeah, LOL, of course. Word's pretty flat. Yes, I read this morning. It's okay. It doesn't provide much meat yet, at least. Yeah, I didn't expect it to. Burry believes the sneeze was a legal loophole of pressure from calls and MMs, buying the underlying to hedge the call. Yes, that's totally what happened. As opposed to naked shorts. Well, there were shorts to begin with, right? Is there a night mode on this? Fuck, this is bright. Ooh. Cat threw up on my floor. That's perfect. Just what I wanted. This looks to be quite long too. Like this might take me a while. Like I mentioned, my comprehension is quite low. So, I'm gonna get a coffee before I eat. Holy shit. Definitely not autistic, you guys. And that's what I figured is like Burry's gonna tell us, you know, what we already all know, but from an authoritative stance, because he doesn't just think he knows, you know, he's not feeding you, you know, any of this unneeded bullish bias nonsense, which is the problem over yonder, well, different, a lot of places on Superstonk, right? So, and we see that on the stream. The reason the stream's not more popular is because I'm not willing to just, you know, feed you guys lies, right? But other people are just like, yeah, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And you like to hear that, so you come back to it. It's just like, you know, the church scam. It's literally the church scam in finance. You know, like, you're doing it all perfect, bud. Just, yeah, you are nailed it. Like, but also give us some money. Shit. Anyway, to each their own, right? Like we all got to make it through the day, and if you need to believe a specific thing in order to make it until tomorrow, then by all means, who am I to stop you from doing that? But I would rather be better positioned for that tomorrow than just make it to it. Like, oh man, thank God I survived. You know, it's like no. Like I'm thriving, right? Yeah, so we are going to get a coffee before we even attempt this. This looks extensive. We'll get it nice and zoomed in for everybody, too. Oh, yeah. Easy to read. We'll get my own ruler out. I'll get like, I hold my keyboard up, do line by line here. Close one eye. You can just use your cursor, HGG. Damn. That's some pro play right there. Like, man, that's like min-maxing reading. How's the market today before we get into it though, right? GameStop is looking to hold its 1 hour reversal, right? Where we talked about this yesterday. We had this massive run. Maybe even on the 30-minute we could see it. Right? Where we were having this reversal signal. Here's our key level breakout, but we need a trend retest, right? And we called the high. Motherfuckers, buy side liquidity. Easy. We called that in real time. We bragged about it on our socials even beforehand, literally before it dropped, when it was just getting into it, right? It still even went up a little higher above it before, but this is the rejection zone. I told you so. .ca. Okay. And then what are we getting after that? A trend retest. Where's it happen? Well, it could be on the 200, the VWAP, the 21, or the 50, right? We're talking about all that. We don't want it to be in the 50, but the longer it can trade sideways, the 50 is going to catch up pretty quickly, right? And that's what we have. That's what we have. And then this morning, boom, trend retest to 50, holding back up. So let's see if this can kind of, hold the 200 from now because we had the trend retest. We don't really want to do that again. At this point, we want to just hold the key level, which is the 200. Maybe bounce off that and try to challenge this buy side again. That's kind of what is on the menu for today, technically speaking, okay? That's real information, not just some bullshit to make you feel good. If it breaks down, then, that's not looking good, and we're going to have to reassess to the downside, right? But if we are to see, further progress to the upside, that's what we're looking to accomplish, right? Hold this, specifically the fair value gap, but the 200, right? Last line of defense is the 50 on the 30-minute, and that's going to translate to us really easily on the 1 hour, right? Where we have the reversal, we have after the reverse, because this doesn't count. That's pre-reversal. That's people acting too giddy. They're too excited, right? But I think that was people getting out of Burry's way, and then the market maker de-hedges, and hooray, here we go, right? Which I do think that they're going to probably reapply the pressure if this isn't good sounding, which would not be great. But on the 1 hour, here's our reversal. Here's our key level breakout, right? Because this didn't really hold. But here's the breakout, and here's a full bar above. So at this point, we want to hold the 200, hold the 21, which could be a trend retest, or the 50, because, well, I guess, this could technically be, I don't know, it could be messy. Things aren't always super textbook and perfect. But what we do have here is our bearish order block that broke yesterday, and now we're retesting it. If this can hold a support, there is a good chance that this does go. If it breaks down, then it's a whole nother story, though, right? So I know you don't care about that, so I'll at least give you your bullish projections, what to look for the rest of the day to start the stream here, right? Then we're going to close out with a recap of what happened today. So if you can't stick around, that's that. The market looks to be reversing. We've got a market structure shift off of daily pullback, which has been, just the pattern. Morning pullback, pullback run, pullback run, pullback run. Does it reclaim VWAP and we get a little bit more, or is it more of the same, which is what we've seen for the last few days, where it doesn't reclaim VWAP and bleeds down more, doesn't reclaim VWAP, bleeds down more, doesn't reclaim VWAP, bleeds down more, or the pattern breaks, which probably will, right? Reclaims VWAP, holds it, then we can go to the upside, but we're going to have to wait and see, right? So that's what we're going to be looking for here today. If you can get above 679, I think things look really nice. Even 679.25 maybe. Making sure this order block holds, right? We can have support off that. That's fine, which we've already seen. If it does break down, then what are we looking for? Well, this is going to be a bearish breaker block, right? If the price goes down through this and then retraces in to activate, that's where you could take a short position with a stop loss just below it and scalp down some daily puts. But that's only if we break down and this order block invalidates. If it doesn't invalidate, it's going to be nice support. And, maybe today is the day that we break that SPY downtrend pattern and get some juice in the afternoon, right? So could be, we're going to have to wait and see. So, okay. That is my position on the market today, right? Let Morantz read it for you. Perfect. I'll get him on a recording. Be like an ASMR stream, right? No, he's a nice guy. I like his attitude. He's got good energy. I'd love to teach him how to trade one day if he was interested, right? If he could drop the holier than now act, which is my whole position as well, obviously, right? Just self-projecting. But, people need to admit when they're wrong and can improve upon that, right? So, I know a lot of people really saying some suspect stuff. What is okay? I shouldn't even poke the fire. What's Morantz's commentary on the short interest equation change in 2021? Let me know that much. Hey, Paulo, how are you? welcome to the stream. I mean, as far as my GameStop position goes, it's right here, right? I have different accounts, and I'm managing other accounts for different people, but all in all, this is a fairly or accurate representation of the whole, right? As far as like an average goes. Some accounts are higher, some accounts are lower. My computer share accounts have the highest average, because that happened early on, and that was before I learned how to really to trade and grow my position and lower my average by doing so. So it's a really good comparison to where I was as a GameStop holder. I'm fucking holding this stock forever. You see GMEfloor.com, bro? It's at $1 million. In comparison to where I am now, playing the earning cycles, any potential entry models, etc. Right? A good cheerleader, though. I like it. I need some positive energy in my life, right? Like, I'm such a down individual. Like, oh, this is shitty. Like, and be a trader long enough. Tell me where you end up. If you can remain that positive as a trader, that's impressive. That's a positive disposition in life. Because the majority of things they're not good. And everybody comes at you and they're like, oh man, this is so good. This is so great. They're static. And it's just like total dog shit. It's like AMC bros being excited. It's just like, oh my God. And it's like that industry-wide. Everybody is just willing to push their own bias. And I'm excited about pushing my own bias. I'm elated. And it's just like, man, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, stop it. But I do the same thing. I'm here doing a GameStop stream. Why is that? Let's take a closer look, right? And it's the same thing. I'm just... I have a little bit of self-awareness, and it's not great, but it is what it is, right? So the good thing is, and this is why I waited to start streaming GameStop content, not necessarily streaming, but creating content on the channel in the first place, was GameStop's turnaround is complete. There's no more question in that anymore. At this point, it's a matter of how Ryan can execute his own game plan going forward, because there is no game plan for a turnaround. A turnaround is a turnaround. You got to trim the fat, increase revenue, expenses down, revenue up. That's the whole thing, right? But now that is done, the core business is like, in a little bit better of a spot. And not that we couldn't get it further, but now we actually get to see what Ryan himself is capable of as a creative aspect. Not necessarily just, I can balance the books, right? That's totally different than where an individual sees, like, their vision or their dream for a specific thing, right? Like, so waiting, through a lot of that uncertainty, right? For that to come through, right? Because the execution wasn't always guaranteed. Ryan's ability to reface the company wasn't a guarantee, right? If it was a guarantee, it would have been priced much higher through its lifespan, and would still be priced much higher currently, right? And still doesn't remain a guarantee, but it's, you get to an inflection point where, as someone who's closer to the subject matter, is going to see that event horizon beforehand than someone who's removed from it and just like a general investor or whatever, as to someone who doesn't even know about it, right? Who has to see it on the news or something, right? And needs Jim Cramer to tell them about it. So it'll happen slowly. It'll be like a tiered process as people realize that GameStop's come around, right? I think last earnings was great. I think next earnings is going to be even better. And then we get to, kind of skip, like we're kind of through the boring stuff, right? Where we can actually kind of see where Ryan's willing to take this into the future. And I'm fairly excited for that. As far as a cheerleading stance goes, that's kind of as blindly bullish as I could potentially be, is that, we've done our work. We've waded through the volatility. We made a bet on Ryan. It paid off, at which point I'm confident to come out and say, look, we're winners, and then this is how we're going to, be doing our education forwards so everybody can get on board. And I'm looking forward to, executing all of that alongside your boy, Ryan. So we're going to get a coffee. We're going to get into this. This might take me all day. I'm a very slow reader. And maybe we'll wade through people's opinions because I seen some comments. All right, classic Supersonic stuff like, oh, he didn't address the short interest equation change. I'll tell you what, if you've actually looked at the equation change and you don't just listen to people who are overly ecstatic about their bias, you'll understand that it wasn't that big of a deal. But if you're not willing to look into it and understand it all, and you're just willing to say, oh, they changed that, that's the problem, and, it should be way higher than it is. Because you can reverse engineer the math. We know the old equation. We know the new equation. We know the new short interest. You can just reverse engineer it. It's crazy easy. So I think it doesn't change it that much. Yeah, the short interest is a little lower, but it's like a couple percentage points. It's not like we're going from 16% to 300% on the old equation. So with that being said, there's a lot of things that I do understand that I can say, well, that's wrong. You guys are dum-dums, right? Like, why are you getting upset about that? Like, that's crazy. It doesn't matter at all. And then the people, furthermore, when you understand it, you can see everybody who's yelling about it and you're like, do you not understand that? Like, you're supposed to be, a content creator here. Like, what's going on? Oh, you're farming views. Ah, you're pushing the bias just for the views. I get it. And then in that case, do your thing, right? But then there's a lot of things I don't know about, right? I'm not super educated on the ins and outs of the swaps, right? Other market mechanics, but I know someone who is, right? I know someone who is, and this is an individual who I'm willing to take their word, right? Who's not necessarily looking to sell a bullish bias, but call it as it is. And that's important to me, right? And that's kind of what I want to do too, so. Oh, Kitty is here. Meow. Let me mod you. I can do that. Add as moderator. She's a managing moderator. This one. She's not even a standard moderator. Oh. She's like a super mod, right? Welcome to the stream, Kitty. I'm just talking about GameStop. I don't mean to, trash other people. It's kind of not what I want to be doing with my life. I imagine that. But you see it a lot, right? You see it a lot. So, coffee time. Then we'll work our way through this, right? And we'll watch GameStop price action develop through the day. We want this 200 to hold. Oh my gosh, if it doesn't, things get a little nervous. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that person's selling. Like, is this individual just this person? Right? And they're like, I'm going to get in their Discord, push my own content. Right? Come on. That I just trash talk them. Well, I have those messages. Those messages are in my history still. I can pull them up. You guys want to see him try to sell me a membership? Like, shit, bro, I'm not interested. I just was asking for the gamma. Wow, I mean, can't be doing this for free. It's like, really? You can't? You can't? Why is Ryan doing it for free then? If someone's willing to lead by example, you got to be willing to follow. Just saying. Just saying. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Leave a like on the video. That helps a ton. And yeah, like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. for I have arrived. This doesn't look good. So, first, well, I guess we should probably do some social posts, right? We have to, well, first drink your coffee. But we should also do the morning what to look for post on our socials, right? Yeah, and then I guess I'll get through this. Tore a blade from my lawn, and without so much as a peep, launched it towards the moon. Are you guys okay with me reading out loud? Unsure to east or west, as that was not my intention. I knew where it would land. There, next to the living, to die and feed the next generation. Is this a fucking poem, dude? You get paid by the word? What the hell? I don't even know. Such is the trajectory of many, many common stocks. Amen. Up and down, baby. In a distinctly analog manner, I know this, stacked in Scion's conference room, and it has a P stock guides for every month going back to 1968. What a Chad, right? I guarantee you have not heard of the vast majority of companies in these guides. Oh, I bet I have heard of a few of them. Hello. My cat's currently sleeping on top of the computer. Bathing herself, actually. For those that do not trust anything analog since 1990, there have been over 750 replacements in the S&P 500 index. Yeah, because they rebalance it. Right? It's not, it's the top 500 performing companies quarterly or whatever, right? You know, those things change over time. You know, it's 30 years ago, Burry. Google's Gemini 3 Pro swears by it. Claude Max agrees. What? This is what my worry was, that this little fucker is going to be using AI to write his shit. Which is fine. We all are. Damn it! Gemini 3 Pro and Claude Max further propose that 45% of the top 20 names in the 1990 NASDAQ 100 ended up to tell me exactly what I wanted it to tell me. Oh, man. Chatbots are bad. Chatbots are bad for feeding your own bias back to you, like content creators. Fucking Burry. This is what I was fearful of this because I seen some of his charts that he posted as teasers, and I was like, wait a minute. These are the same charts that my chatbot makes me. Uh-oh. And here we are. At least he's not hiding the fact. It's literally in the third paragraph, and these are like 4 words, not even a paragraph. Oh. Anyways. So 45% of the top 20 names in 1999 ended up bankrupt. Well, sure, because we had a massive market crash. And or acquired after a 75% or greater loss. This checks out in my conference room as. Excuse me? So you're taking the words off of a bunch of old boomers who literally have dementia and Alzheimer's. Even though they may be wealthy. Man, old people forget shit. Don't try to tell me they don't. And you're using chatbot. Okay, perfect. We're off to a good start, Burry. Great. Capital is always fighting to be recycled. Yeah, sure. What a cute thing to have the chatbot say. That's why it fucking was like a poem off the start, because it... This is going to be a long read. Thusly, you now carry the knowledge that most investors are best off in index and have no need to invest in individual stocks. Well, if you're willing to be a terrible investor, like, that's just saying that you always hold, but there's exit strategies, you know? Imagine that. The only way you don't take an exit is if, this is an ETF that's auto rebalanced for you, right? If you're an individual investor investing in individual stocks, you yourself need to be the manager rebalancing your portfolio. These are performing, these aren't, these are in, these are out. So it's like, great. Again, if you're unwilling to manage it, sure. Yeah. Man, their God gave them GameStop. What the fuck is this? Oh my God. Now I'm doing it. Walk with the Lord and the Lord shall walk with you. America's in a crazy spot, dude. I never do easy. I'm 54 and God has given me many more GameStops of kind. Yes. Every day I find them. Yeah, sure. 70% on 4 things. Who cares? Like, literally, I can make that brag, dude. Do this shit every single day. And we'll continue to do it every single day. And not only do it, but teach other people how to do it live in real time. And ahead of the time, Going all the way back to 2021. Just happened to look it up. Just by happenstance. All right, making semiconductors. Guilty of stealing source code, which is bad. A bunch of people went to jail. Stock dumped. Great. So even though they're brutal, some of their other stuff was good. Free cash flow is not necessarily the same, though, right? Because our free cash flow is only 400 million, which is also just recent. So, that's not good. From Notepad. I use Notepad. That's awesome. Definitely not autistic. Where'd my other notes go? Oh, they're already here. You gotta have your notes, right? There's so many of them. Well, you keep track day by day. Hundreds of notes. Oh my gosh. Classic. Oh, that's good. Civo not savvy. Rude. That's Asperger's right there. Like, you shouldn't say that. And this he's willing not to say. Ugh. And then it's about rallying liquidity to your cause, basically, right? to outweigh the other side's. What? Oh my God. This is what he said? That's edgy. That is edgy, bro. Oh my Lord. I'll get down here for the day. I'll scrooch over. That's so crazy. In a professional email. Bore gullet, dude. Holy. So it's just like letting you know that he's an authoritative figure here in the first part, I guess. Like, you know, I bought this company that was way down and, you know, I can turn it around with some of my, you know, guidance, I guess. Is MCI so high right now? Whoops. Sold that one too early. But I feel that. You gotta protect yourself. After he just told you never to hold in single companies, then he goes on to say, oh yeah, by the way, if I had held on to this single company. What are you trying to say about my girl? What are you trying to say about my girl, Burry? All right, 2018, running through my list. I saw at GameStop, do some preliminary work, and exclaimed out loud for my wife to hear, Eureka! I bet she was disappointed. Or maybe excited. Man, come on, Burry. But you felt it necessary to have chatbot write it in? I'm wholly convinced that chatbot wrote this article. The volume is still low, though. This is 2,000 volume. Just in like a couple months. I guess that is above its average of fucking nothing. That's what you track those volume. As investor thinking on GameStop was that it should have gone away a long time ago, but it had not. Wanted to know why. PC gaming had been a major factor for many years, but the console cycle was still strong, and the prior console cycle had peaked in 2014 timeframe. And the next console cycle was delayed till 2020. My analyst Joey noted GameStop was in trouble back in 2014, but had not shorted it. I know about Joe. I heard chemical engineer. Don't care. Oh, Jesus. Damn. Okay, Joe's a fighter. So how are you, like, that's crazy that they're like, oh, the console cycle will boost the stock. Bro, it's going to take more than that to fucking boost this piece of shit. Right? It's going to take some big buy-ins. But to say that it was the consoles doing it, amen. You know? Xbox didn't sell that much, so. And if it was that big of a deal, man, this Switch 2 has got to be more relevant than maybe we're giving it credence. You know? Like, shit, okay. I'll allow it. A slug of cash and decent cash flows for being so late. Did it really? Did it really? Summer of 2018, there was a lot of talk from brokerage houses about GameStop potentially going private in a leveraged buyout. Ooh, interesting. The company was also looking to sell off its Spring Mobile chain. Yes. A decent amount of cash. But still nothing crazy. If the selling of Spring Mobile is a potential bullish catalyst, then so is the de-investment of Canada and Europe and Australia or whatever, is it not? There's a couple parallels here we're noticing. The company had roughly $350 to $400 million in owners' earnings of each of the prior 4 years, $800 million cash, and about $1.3 billion market cap. Yes, that's important. It actually screened well and was still cheap. This is always a warning sign in today's world. Yes. 1.3 billion is not that cheap. Let's take a look at this. Total revenue. That margin percent remains similar today, around 30%. .4 is an anomaly. Our console cycle died right away. Went from like good till back to right where it was. Is that where they use that cash for as a share buyback? Post his recommendation, this is where that's going. You can see exactly where it's going, yeah. So cash jumped to about 1.6, the level of its market cap. 9.92. Activists arrived, but not as the cavalry they might have been. Man, it's so chat body. Fuck. Look how fancy I can write. I added 10 words. Get out. Yes. Perfect. So just like his letter to GameStop, right? Oh wow. From $7.82 to $5. Crazy. Percentage wise, sure, but back in the day it was volatile as all hell, man. A modified Dutch auction tender involves shareholder naming their price within a range, and the company chooses the lowest price within that range at which it can buy all 12 million shares. Although it would fall farther after the auction. I was not happy with the amount of shares being bought back. I wrote only to myself, as Joe was not doing well. From Michael Burry to Michael Burry. That's awesome. Shit, bro. I'm gonna start emailing myself. I like that. That's cool. Oh man, I gotta do email. Definitely not autistic, okay? This should keep GameStop in the range until July 10th. Figure they might buy back some point, but not soon. And this buyback is 1/5 the size originally contemplated. So clearly they heard from shareholders that they need to do buyback, and they responded with this, which is dog shit. It's not nearly big enough. It's like, we'll talk about it. Well, it's just because that's how the chart is. And you can't go back and get the old post-split chart. So I mean, say the real reason. Don't make up a fake reason to why you don't have an old chart with what old prices were. Right? And this is you just got this screenshot. Maya. Man, I'm running today, baby. Is GameStop running? I don't think so. We were checking. Oh, 200. Old in the 200. Look at that. Cool, Burry. LOL. In today's terms. Get out. That's so funny. Most people don't know that, though. They're just... They don't understand. They're just like, oh, yeah, he's doing me a favor. But it's like, no, that was his only choice. And now he's making an excuse as to why he couldn't do the original thing that he wanted, which would have been the old chart, but he can't get it. So here's the, Anyways. Ooh, Grapevine. So expensive. It's a lot of millions. It adds up, though, right? Like, these Grapevine stores are worth so much. A plane? That is cutting everything. Like, I gotta get rid of this plane. However, the new thesis, in addition to apparent undervaluation, regarded as potential catalyst and high short interest. 74% of the outstanding shares were short, and this was rising fast as I felt the buyback of size could work magic. Yeah, I mean, yeah. They retired 12% of their shares in response to earlier pressure from both me and Hestia and Permit. I thought they had room to do more, and more importantly, might be amenable. Fuck. Who uses that word, honestly, to doing more? GameStop had unusual high volume during the summer, and that could help a buyback of size get done quickly. Yeah, but why the volume, Burry? Right? Is he unwilling to talk about the volume imbalance? That's more advanced stuff, though, I guess. Loyalty program can power up its prospects in secondhand. Another way to think of it is 1/3 shares, 30 million, or 10 traded, 2 or 4 outstanding account. Brand new shareholders? Yes. Typically, it would be institutions that can't easily sell at the open market. But the open market gave lots of liquidity to sellers. It's extraordinary, the numbers. Massive amounts of the shares turning over with the increasing speed got me thinking and triggered my big buy on the 15th of July. I had been invested in Overstock.com over a decade prior when naked short selling became a very big and controversial concern. Very high volume. Many alleged comes. What? Very high volume. Many. How about that illiteracy rate? With naked short selling, more on this later. It also took time to assure my whole team that I wasn't crazy. So as you all know, I'm just not off to the flame. I do not think. What a strange thing to say. Maybe this is him writing it. Why do you need to visit a store? Well, it's its toy store. It's all supposed to be on sale. That's true though. It's a really good way to improve your balance, like your fundamental books, because it's like earnings per share, and if you're like reducing your float, right, retiring shares, then the EPS is going to go up. Pets still is doing stuff to this day. We do not recommend public comments or disparagement of short sellers. You're afraid to talk shit, Burry? In our view, shorts are part of a healthy market. I mean, that is true. That is true. And I've been saying that it takes two to tango, right? You know, you need a dance partner. However, stocks with high short interest tend to have high volume relative to shares outstanding, and GameStop is no different to an extent. This enhances current opportunity. Yeah, that's a volume imbalance. That's what we talk about every day. Ooh, SPY breaking down like we talked about. You know, if we blow through this order block, not good. Same pattern as before. You know, all week has just been the same thing. GameStop's breaking down too. Uh-oh. This better get more bullish, Burry. I don't think we're very far through it yet even. Yeah, so, you know, do a buyback, reduce the shares. You know, that increased buy pressure on a high short interest stock, you know, should be fairly good to enhance the current opportunity. You know, let's have really good volume imbalance. Yeah, it did, I guess, you know. Fidiciously nice. Right? Who uses that? Damn, bro. Sorry. I did not want to form a group under SEC rules. If I had even one other shareholder combined with over 5% of shares and we did not file a Schedule 13D, we would be subject to enforcement actions, right? So just kind of keep to yourself. So when Keith Gill emailed me, he was just another GameStop shareholder to avoid. Oof. I ignored it like all others. Oof. I cannot regret it. I was in that mode. Oof. I did not know who he was or that Keith Gill had emailed me until the investigation later. Just didn't even know. Oh no, totally ignored, bro. I do that to people all the time. More gullet. What, $10 in Lorcana cards after your $5 monthly credit? Right? I'm doing my part. Then here's his letter. We've already seen that. That's because you wouldn't do it. He's like, hey, Burry, I got something for you. And you're like, fuck off. He's like, fine, I'll do it myself. Anyways, I engaged with the company after, first in the letter, but it was superficial, and I did not get the sense that I would get the action I wanted. I agreed to a short interview with someone at Barron's. On the 26th, I sent another letter to the board. The excerpt is below, maybe because of Joe's passing in the interim. I was in a fighting mood. Ooh, saucy. Uh-oh. Does not need ghosts of the past protecting a legacy of poor capital allocation and thin oversight. That's not great. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Burglarized GameStop's wheelhouse, motherfucker. Well, these people were asleep at the wheel. That is the truth of it. On its diversification transformation. Oh my god. How rude. Man. Several of the board of directors started buying shares during September, perhaps in response to my media and letters campaign. Right? They're like, oh shit, this guy's serious. Nice. Companies cannot buy back stock from 30 minutes before the close. Interesting. So you would have high volume and then 30 minutes prior to the close, that volume should fall off if this is the pattern you're looking for. Deduce GameStop was buying back stock. They were doing so through Merrill Lynch. I use Excel to record in real time both the buyback and effects on Silence ownership percentage. Below, gotta keep track of the numbers, baby. How would you know that it was Merrill Lynch, though? That's kind of crazy. For example, my 3.1 million shares were 5% of the outstanding based on this running tally. They do track daily volume for that reason. And we were talking about that yesterday in the Biggie video and how Kitty potentially did that gamma squeeze last time. I think by exercising options, waiting for that T35 to come through, getting to the end of it where it's like you have not done it and it's like T plus 30, dude, what's going on? And then squeezing at the money chain, forcing a gamma ramp into that delivery of the options earlier, which they delayed, and they just put them into a corner. That is, I'm pretty sure, is what happened. And I think they did that by this, where they're kind of watching that volume and like saying, okay, the volume's not here. They're not really, coming through on that. They're failing to deliver. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And then eventually it's like, yeah, they've not done it. And then I can squeeze them, right? But, I'm sure our understanding on that will become clearer. Burry and Nothing Burger? Well, it's a lot of something burger. I don't, we're at Merrill Lynch. There is a lot more to go. We'll see. It's probably not a lot. It's probably just like a preface to the current situation. Like we're not anywhere at today here. We're still living in 2021 and we're in 1990 for some time, as he was just talking about stuff. In 2001 we visited. We're currently in 2019. So we're just getting caught up on everything from Burry's point of view, right? From a very early starting point, right? So, obviously his recollection of the past doesn't necessarily affect where we're at today, and that's why we're not really seeing much on that. But, yeah, we'll see. He's obviously got more to say in the coming parts as well, right? So, that is subject to change. Anyways, GameStop arranged for its executives to fly to California to meet with me. Woohoo! Before that happened, I was contacted by Ryan Cohen in early October 2019. Mr. Ren Chewy, Dr. Burry, hope this message finds you well. You got to do it like a southern accent, of course. Just a couple oil men in from Dallas. Ryan and I talked for about 2 hours, mostly not about GameStop at all, since neither of us wanted to form from the SEC. I enjoyed the talk, which went in many directions. You know what's... I'm not going to say it. I liked Ryan a lot. Ryan struck me as a deep value investor. He explained he takes very big positions in weights. The Wells Fargo investment at the time seemed like it would be a long wait due to its asset cap, and he did not care. This is partly the freedom of not running money for others. Personally, I hold stocks a lot longer than I do when I'm running a hedge fund. It's just the nature of the beast. Yeah, you gotta, like, if it's other people's money, you gotta lock those profits in, right? You can't really ride the bull as long because it's riskier. And many other managers are the same way. No, absolutely. But Ryan struck me as more patient than most. Ryan seemed young. I believed he possibly had the temperament to be the next Warren Buffett. And I did not get to know him that well. Womp, womp, womp. We did not talk again. I was surprised when he took a stake in position that he did. Crazy, right? I met with the GameStop manager on October 21st, 2019, discovered both George Sherman and Jim Bell were veterans. Otherwise, the meeting did not achieve much. I like them as people. Great. Cool. As a result, the two funds, Haista and Permit, and then my pressure, GameStop bought back the 38 million shares during fiscal year of 2019 at an average price of 5.21 Z's. That is $1.3 today, adjusted for the split. 37% of the company's shares retired in just 1 year at $1.30. Shareholders today would appreciate that. At the time, I was satisfied, and the stock did nothing, as it so often does. There was no short squeeze, and the very high volume continued throughout 2020. Average volume was about 15 million shares a day, a little less than 25% of the shares outstanding. In today's term, that would be 60 million shares a day, which is extensive. The short interest in GameStop trended up through 2019 and remained at the high level throughout 2020. In March 2020, GameStop announced the board changes that followed my recommendations. Fantastic. This was a non-event to any short or long thesis dynamics. Short interest remained at all-time highs, and the stock did not react. In fact, in April 2020, the stock fell to new lows at $2.57, today. And it was interesting, though, as J.K. Samanak, the CEO of PetSmart at the time, joined the board as well. A former Nintendo president and former Walmart CEO joined the board, Reggie, right? And JK was interested because of the potential connection between JK and Ryan Cohen through PetSmart, question mark. PetSmart had bought Chewy. Okay, that's it. In 2017 for $3.35 billion. Ryan and Chewy until March 2018, and JK arrived as CEO in June 2018. I was minorly thrilled at the board additions and the resignations. I never spoke to Ryan about JK. However, I continued to hold my position. GameStop's attention shifted to strengthening the balance sheet and reducing debt with cash flow. I agreed with that. It's literally where we're still at today. There was a little dust up with the board, Sign and another activist during the summer of 2020, but not relevant here. I'd love to know that name. On August 28th, Ryan Cohen's firm RC Ventures filed a 13D with the SEC. At the time of the filing, there were 65 million shares outstanding. Ryan owned 5.8 million of them, and I controlled 3 million. It's like that game when they're playing in Pirates of the Caribbean with the dice, right? I was just below the filing threshold on purpose. I had already made my splash a year earlier with no real impact on the price. I did not want to go over the 5%. I also traded a portion of my position around, something I do when stocks are in the doldrums for a while. Imagine that. A successful trader scalping around his core position. I wonder who preaches that. Is that Moran Rants who tells you guys to do that? To just scalp around your core position? Maybe 1% if you're not confident. Maybe 5%. Maybe 10, 15%. Hell, maybe 25%. Interesting. Anyways, and I did not want to have a file after every trade. Amen. Ryan was well above the threshold with a purpose. The D in 13D was opposed to 13G, meant Ryan was free to influence management. As well, that was his money, and there was a lot more of it. My firm was never that big because I did not market it. Chewy.com had IPO'd. Oh, excuses. Had IPO'd a little over a year earlier, and I'd imagined he was coming with another big bet, and this was his patience in tow. Yeah. QCLS up 10%. Interesting. GameStop shares jumped over 20% the next trading day. Ryan was 35. Average age of the millennial retailer trader was, you guessed it, 35. Chewy.com was a big beneficiary of COVID. Retail traders might have made it a meme stock, but they earlier owned pets. But they either owned pets or knew someone who did. In 2020, millennials were 32% of all pet owners. The pandemic puppy became a thing. Wild. It was as if COVID recreated for Chewy what the IPO lockup. The increasingly frenzied speculation over Ryan's motives hit another level with his November 16th letter to, badgering GameStop into new technology for direction. Ryan's letter stopped short of recommending comprehensive strategy, but made it clear that the company needed to become more technological with times. He intended to push the company in that direction. Great. We urge GameStop to adopt the right roadmap to value creation now. Perfect. The first 3 days of trading after the letter, the stock did not move at all. Heard inside Scion's offices, everything Cohen suggests is either already being done or highly speculative in nature. Uh-oh. I did not say it, but I agreed. Uh-oh. And then the stock took off. Yeah. Sure. And by the month's end, Scion was out. Coming to the end of 2020, I carried my full GameStop position, 3 million shares, plus or minus, through 16 months. Most of that time, I lent my shares out at very good rates. Oh, man, people don't want to hear that. High double digits, you dog! Which was lucrative and a big part of the trade. Yeah. Don't be selling covered calls, they say. Don't be doing that. Don't be lending those shares out. I do not believe I've ever earned as much simply short a stock. Of course, far less than if. The chart below represents Scion's time holding GameStop as a top long position in the fund. My average cost of those shares was $3, equivalent to 83 cents. When it really started to run in late 2020, I sold the position at an average price of $13.50 or $3.38. The short interest was percentage of the float. When I exited, was about 128, not too different from what it had been for much of the prior year. Volume was rising, bringing down the days to cover ratio, which is important to understand. That the days to cover on your short interest is relevant upon your daily average volume. The short interest, however, stayed elevated at July 2019 through 2020 levels into January 2021. Price in blue, short interest in white. Coming down. This must be on balance volume. No, this is short interest as well. And then this is daily average volume. You can see a lot of covering there. That's what those big volume days are about. And you see that big volume day aligns with short interest dropping with the price going up. So short interest dropping equals shorts covering it needs lots of volume to do that. And then the price explodes. And that's the volume imbalance that we hunt every single day. It's this thing right there. That's a good picture. Anywho, I could have analyzed that situation better. I knew GameStop inside and out, and I thought I understood the volume, short interest, and other dynamics. However, I was blinded by what I saw as execution risk. As well, I am human. I had seen buybacks shrink shares by a third and the setting of a 100% short interest in the reorganization of the board directors, and the selling of Spring Wireless for cash in the amount more than half of the market cap. All were home run / slam dunk activist success with concrete results, but zero impact on the price or short interest. Yeah, you just needed to wait a little longer. The narrative on GameStop was just that bad. Or so you had assumed, or, because that is a perception, right? I figured what had already been moving past it, was more concrete than vague, technology forward makeover with a ton of execution risk. So I used Ryan's unveiling of an opportunity to close out, which is not bad. Sell the news, right? I had no idea what was coming. I had no idea that Roaring Kitty existed. And I had no idea that a widely distributed gamma squeeze would thread the needle to become one of the one and only legal market corner. Interesting. So I did not think more about it during the fourth quarter of 2020. I had other worries. We had dropped a very large separate account due to a management change on their end. That account was over 25% of our assets and required sales across the portfolio as we approached year's end. During 2020, we basically doubled their money, but no new money was coming in as I did not market. Excuses, Burry. Holla. What's up, homie? We're just, proving our illiteracy here. As we crush through this, what is this, 2020 George email? How much further do we have? Oh, quite a bit. Not that much, though. We're getting into it. Right? We've gone through quite a bit of it, which is all irrelevant. Oh, we've gone through quite a bit in comparison. We're almost done. We're almost done. So the withdrawals came in from others as well. They needed cash to pay taxes and other gains. So I was in selling mode across my portfolio in November, December, and January, and therefore on the sidelines when it happened. Womp, womp, womp. That's going to be me. That's what that guy says. He's like, yeah, you're going to miss out on the squeeze. Haha. Right? Shit. Oh, no. Oh, no, you guys. I'm going to bury this. The big short squeeze. About 50 or so days after Scion gets out of GameStop, the anonymous crappy business that I thought I was just, GameStop was belle of the ball. Oh, yeah, what were you? Oh, I love the Village Slut. Oh, I love the Village Slut. And then you bail out. Crazy, man. The entire world could not take their eyes off her. Neither could I. I bet this keeps him up at night. That's crazy. I will be right back. I need a quick break. Maybe about 5 minutes at most. Thanks for watching. Leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And I will see you in a few moments. Let's take a look at the price. Ooh. Okay, we're holding. That's good. That's good. Spies dumping, maybe reversing. We're all the way back down to that downwards trend. Oh my God. We're going to look at this when I get back. This is that downward trend that we broke through. We're now back to it, basically the 200. Ay. Things don't look too great there. I mean, to be honest, this could be maybe a double top. I don't know. I would bet we probably bounce up from here, though, for a reversal. Let's take out the 1 minute, not 1 month. And, yeah, I mean, it doesn't look great, doesn't look terrible, but we'll see. I'll be right back. I've arrived, but I'm going to eat lunch really quick, so my camera's going to stay off because I am an animal. And then we'll finish reading that Burry post. Foundations. The Big Short Squeeze. That's what he named it, eh? It's like if this was the foundation, you know? Yeah, but what's he going to say? Do another share buyback? Wow. Amazing. A bad idea, no, but we called that when we touched 19 last time. Burry as CFO? Even I know the Greeks. Easy peasy. It's almost like they keep selling you out of the money calls so you don't buy in the money calls or at the money calls. No. I'm back. That's why one person sells you out of the money calls, another person sells you DD, another person sells you technical analysis, another person sells you tinfoil. And it's spread enough, you know? Free market, baby. As opposed to, and that's what they don't want you to learn, is that volume imbalance that you're able to play off of every single day. Because the money comes from somewhere. It's not like where it's able to pull money out of the market. Like, there's another side to that trade that you're taking the money from. Then came the COVID checks, and then jumped to naked short sellers. Weird. This is true, though. Synthetic short position is still naked short. Yes, it would. Here he goes again. And they were. That's everything we're saying, right? You know, just coming from an official source, you know. Borgo it. That's it? Wow. So many words. This was so little revealed. Matt, so that's the problem is like, I think your boy's on the LLMs. I think Burry is just another boomer caught up in the MLM world. You know? And he even says it, you know, at least it's in the very first fucking paragraph. Like, yes, he's going through it, but he's using it to help write this. Really? Really? Which is whatever. He still was involved in that period of time, but it's like the chatbots use so many words when you don't need so many words, you know? But whatever, it makes for content and people are paying them for that content and, you know, yuppie. Racked, dude. We are not the same. That's crazy, man. There's a crazy world out there. Oh my gosh. Just because they were down last, like, oh my god, wow, I've tracked it one time in my whole life. Fuck. Google's the bad guy. He's the one keeping my investment down. Why can't he talk about swaps, failure to delivers, or the plumbing? Why silence actually matters, does it? Does it? I don't think he needed to, though. Didn't talk about the buy button. Dang it. Why would he close? He doesn't have a position. Man. Well, you gotta, like, space out every single, like, letter. Like, I hope someone made fun of them for that. And yeah, this is brutal. Why is it anything other than them running their own company? Man, it's just like, this place is terrible to hang out. Market bouncing up off that, level we called out there. Very nice. Let's see if it can actually reverse through the afternoon here. That would be wild, but if it's going to do it, this is that level. Still good. Still good. Not enough, though. What? 7 days ago? What? Yeah, that's what you got to take away from it right there, baby. Let's go. Boomer Invest. I mean, that's who you need there, right? That's who's got the dollars, man. I mean, this is good too. This is bullshit. I pick and choose by myself. Right? As you all should for yourselves. You know, you don't have to agree with everything or disagree. Okay, this is retarded. The short interest, it doesn't change. The new formula, it's like, oh, man. Let's all do it together. I'm going to be just as bad as Burry. All right. All right, 2021 S3 changed the short percentage formula. Are you aware of this? We'll do a little education here. And then you'll be like, oh, this, is bullshit. Like, why? What bothers me is that you took the time to fucking write this shit out and post it and not look it up yourself. That's what bothers me. If we want to talk about things that are bothering us. But no, I'll just push a narrative. And so, the Burry post didn't feed my bias enough, so now I got to shit on it. Really? All right. What was changed? So it can't go over 100%, right? You're aware of this. The new metric puts synthetic longs created by short sales into the denominator, right? So there's the new formula. In practice, behaves basically the same, right? Why it looks like it dropped. So say it had 140% before, that's going to turn that into 58%, right? So with the write-up, right, so just reverse engineer that to what it would be with the old formula using 16%. So it's like, it's not substantial, specifically for someone at 16%. If you're getting close to 100% on the new formula or above 60, yeah, sure, things become, a little bit more interesting. And there are still stocks up there, but I don't think we can see that. Currently. Fintelorama. I think it's going to hide it from us. Borrow fee is so high on some of these. Oh, subscriptions required? Yeah, you would. So typically the one at the top is already doing its thing. That's why you can see it, because your exit liquidity. It's the ones that are moving up on the list, right? A lot of pharmaceutical companies on here, I notice. But, and it's just the S3 doing it. It's not, I don't think everyone either, but I think they do most data. So we go from 16 to 19, right? Like, it's just not relevant. It's from Fintel. Market looks gross. Losing that sell side liquidity here potentially. Not good. That's a bearish breaker block. Right? Very bad. No, I think this is now going backwards. Either way, I think the 19% is correct. Reducing you, sure, and compressing you. Furthermore, if you're over 100, yes, but it's like 16% is not. So do like the base math here, right? Not that 150% wouldn't be good if we could build to 60%, but I just don't think we're going to get there. And if we do have that short interest increase drastically, the price of the stock will be suppressed in equal proportion, right? So that's not good, right? That's very bad. So I think this, isn't necessarily relevant. It doesn't change that much. It's not like the data becomes unavailable. All the stocks are still rated against one another, just because the formula changed. It didn't just change for GameStop to hide it from the others. They're all still using that standardized formula, and you can still look at them ranked and so that this is weird. The swaps, I don't have too much knowledge on. Maybe he doesn't either. Maybe that's coming. Oh, they figured it out. Yeah, they just lied. Sure they did. Ugh. And I don't think they're saying that the change in, I'm going to go back to that. They're saying that the change in the formula is why it dropped. I don't think they ever put those two together. Not one time. Where is that bullshit? I'm not saying the short's closed. If anything, there's probably a lot of additional shorts or different shorts now. But you can't just not look at the data. Like, I understand that's Oh, I'm part of the problem. Oh no, I'm part of the problem from 4 years ago. That's funny. You go back to an old one and you're already there. Okay, so I'm actually fine with this. That's not my problem. People lying about data, probably, but it's the blind narrative that's like, oh, they changed the formula and that's why, but that's not why, because the formula, like we all still have that same formula and you can just reverse engineer it. So, is the short interest bullshit? Yeah, maybe that could be, but is it based on the formula that they made and changed? No, that's not necessarily it. The buy button switched off is suspect because obviously if it's close only and you can still sell, who's the buyer if there's no buy button? So the buy button remained on for the brokers and those who needed to close the position by buying, So, I mean, yeah, sure, that's fine. He didn't talk about the run up to 81 Archie short his 250 million position. I know another gamma squeeze, which he caused, right? Which maybe you don't want to teach people about, which we shared a video in our Discord yesterday on how that was caused. And he didn't disclose his current position, nor should he literally told you in the post that he doesn't like disclosing his position because he scalps around his core and he doesn't want to do that. And big traders don't disclose you shouldn't, because people will roast you. They're like, oh yeah, there's some liquidity there to hunt, right? And those with bigger scales can move things. Fine, whatever. At least someone corrected them and then they were like, oh, okay. Because then idiots like me don't have to get mad. So that's that. GameStop's still doing nothing. The market's still trending downwards. This is really bearish. That market structure shift here on the 4 hour is not good. We got a negative order block here, that means, and the sell side has blown out. That bullish order block now converting to a bearish breaker block. This has got all the makings of a retracement into it. So, yeah. Waiting for confirmation, never a bad thing. And what time is it? It is 12 o'clock already. We got 2 hours left. Hooray! So you're saying that I have to pay twice now for no ads. Now that stonks. Yes. Oh, Tolly's here. We got to get this guy with his mod. Boom, add as moderator. Are you a managing moderator or a standard moderator, Tolly? I think you're a managing moderator. Now that stonks, right? Just kind of finishing our read through of this. We had a nice little post here. Ripping through that, exposing my illiteracy. But we made it. That wasn't too bad, right? Which is great. In a laid back mood. I might grab another coffee and get into a bit of a mood myself. That's a good idea. And then we're here for another 2 hours, just kind of like hanging out. Less to do now for the rest of the day. Probably just field some questions and film our video in the last half hour. So about an hour and a half chilling, half an hour to film that last video, and then I'm back on Twitch playing Battlefield. all night, probably. And oh no, actually I had to film magic content today. So I want to film that anti-lessons deck right when I jump on. So yeah, I'll be right back with the coffee. I am back. Okay. I have a fresh coffee. The market getting absolutely decimated. If it doesn't turn it around, it looks pretty scary. GameStop being GameStop. We have 105 days until earnings. What? It's only supposed to be 90. What is going on there? We get extra days. That's okay. I was thinking back, because it's Christmas, right? So I'm getting gifts for the nephew. Donkey Kong 64 was the greatest for me. And I had a Donkey Kong 64 game guide, an official Nintendo game guide. It was like a book. Like, it was pretty good. But I don't think they make those anymore, hey? And they're 9 years old. I don't know if they're old enough for Zelda without the game guide. So we got them Donkey Kong. It should be easy enough, I think. Pretty sure. All right, let's make some social posts after our coffee. Brag about everything here, right? Boom. Tolly's here. It's definitely not Hello Good Game. Happy to have you, boo. Nothing really else to go through today. Just kind of looking to game out this afternoon. It is my birthday. I don't know if you're aware. Make sure to like the video. And yeah, I just hope you guys are having a good day. I don't really see any entry model yet. I'm remaining cautious here. This could easily break down, right? I don't know. Does it look like something? Yeah, maybe, but I'm not sold on anything. That's why I have common shares. Right, just hold on to those common shares for now, and if this wants to reclaim the 400, the 4 hour 200, then by all means, let's get in on this with some options and be bullish. But this isn't my cup of tea yet. So just hanging out and waiting, which is a lot of what trading is. Tolly, if you want to talk about MTG finance, this is the place to do that, right? You could definitely be sharing Magic cards that have increased in value, right? People would love that. What went up the other day? Like 15,000% or something silly? Maybe not that much. Yeah, cheers. I try not to think about it too much, but it is happening, so I may as well share that. Remember that time we called GameStop's high yesterday and asked people to scale out their weeklies? Man, maybe that's what my brag will be today. Boom, new post. What are those contracts worth now? Let's check. Options. Pop out. GameStop. 22s. Not bad. Create new chart. Pop out. Yeah, I mean they're not doing well. I guess we could just like do that basically. It's a nice little graph to have up here or chart. What's our Discord? Whoops. Now that today's video, we'll talk about just the Burry post, and then we'll go over the 4-hour PMO. And how is that holding? Because we're in midday now, right? Like we're in the back half of this, so let's check that out, right? How are we doing down here? Huh. Boop. All is well. Is that like when I click over? It did that to me the other day too when I was switching. I do not like that. That's bad. I don't want to mess up my average. I should not have had a sell. That's crazy. The market cannot reclaim VWAP. You know, it's the morning hype failed Tried, failed, tried, failed, tried, failed. This is just not good. A lot of weakness. Which is probably not great for GameStop long term, obviously. Let's take a look at some options. If they must, right? $177 is a strong score. You see that? So when we're looking at GameStop, what's up, Kitty? Meow. When we're looking for GameStop options and you see something this highly rated, 150 to 250, that's, you like those, right? Those are very good because, this is a 98, this is a 92, not great, not great. But let's look at GameStop. Just selling 100 shares is the best thing you can do. Okay. I like this. Oh, sorry, wrong one. There, this is probably better. 191 is not bad. Uh-oh. They're both here together at the same time. Where's Pizza? He's usually here too. Zozzy's typically around. Oh, I'm just reading that now. A laid back mod. I thought you were saying you were in a laid back mood. Oh my gosh. I was like, man, I want to get stoned too. I want to be in a laid back mood. Uh-oh. Um Max risk unlimited. It's true. Oh. Back to the Future. Pop in 3 minutes. More like a... I'm not saying it. I'll be right back. 1 minute. All right, we're back. It's crazy. It's like the foot of your chair always hits the leg of your desk. Even though, you know, there's so much dead space in between the legs of your chair, it always just aligns in that way. Yeah, GameStop pump? I don't know. Back to the Future, you know, what a terrible movie. That is a bad one. No, I'm sure it's fine. Correction, T minus 20. Oh, sorry. Move those goalposts a little bit for me, please. Intergalactic signals. I don't know about that one. Do you think that new GameStop girl has an OnlyFans? Asking for a friend. Tolly was curious. I don't know. But I know a few people who are like, oh, wow, that could be cool. Could be, could be. Unlikely, but what an opportunity. I would definitely do it. Gooning for GameStop? Just kidding. I am surprised that there hasn't been more downwards pressure today. Right? That's a thing. Let's get our notepad out. Holy. Digital notepads are so cool. So you never need a new page and you always have a fresh new page. Like, because some notebooks run out, right? And you're like, oh, I need a new notebook. I'm out of pages. Not here, baby. New page every day. So, he places like a lot of value on the console cycle. Share buyback. And I guess the board changes, right? What are the negatives? Like he, no legacy shorts hiding. I don't think failure to delivers are really a problem. If anything, the problem would be within like the ETF creation and redemption cycle. But I get that he's not willing to go into that on the first post, right? Retail buying / buzz, right? He puts a lot of credence into that. I don't think so. Maybe. Could be. But I wouldn't count on it. It's not something I would expect. I also don't expect a lot of insider buying, which I know people are all hyped for, but mask it with the first post to seem like he's just sharing info. Then pair it with a buy so he doesn't get in trouble in the second post. Well, honestly, maybe. Because why does anyone do anything? He's either A, farming the community for his Substack, right? Or B, trying to prop up his own position. What would the other reasons be? Why go out of your way to make this post? You know, it's either A, trying to farm super strong because there's a bunch of people there, you know, and oh, they like me or whatever, right? They're obsessed with the market crash like I am. Come on over to my Substack, baby. Let's go. $40 a month. Sign on up. Or he's like, shit, I own, you know, $1 billion of GameStop at 24 and yeah, sure, you know, need this to pump up a little bit. Either way, it's, you know, an individual's actions are always to further their own agenda. Imagine that, right? People, things surviving, like, you know, and sometimes thriving. I wouldn't count on it. I do think he'll say that they should do another share buyback because then their earnings per share will skyrocket. Right? Now, it doesn't have to be a large one. Like, you know, even $1 billion share buyback at 20 is, you know, it's not bad. How many shares do you get for that? It's quite a bit. 50 million? Fuck, $1 billion is a lot of money. Yeah, 50 million shares. And, you know, we got a free float of what? I usually use my broker for this. Should be here, though. Shares outstanding, 450. Just reduce that by a 1/10? Well, more. And then we're coupling that with the number of shares short, right? 66 million short shares, which is 16.3%. And the the float's obviously a little smaller. The free float is more than less than shares outstanding, right? So now there's, how many shares in computer share? So you get 409 minus the computer share shares, minus, the short interest shares. Then you minus the share buyback shares, and all of a sudden this gets a little bit spicier, right? Okay, we're going to talk about that. I lost my YouTube. Here we are. Facts. He did say I was just below the filing threshold on purpose. Yeah. And he will continue to do so. And I don't think that he doesn't want to do a filing, he doesn't want to do a social media YOLO update. He's, sorry. That's just my opinion. He just, he'll say some things. Why would he ever disclose his position? People getting upset that he didn't. That's just such bait. Oh my God. As a fund, the last thing you want to do is disclose your position. It's not good. The fact that you have to do it is a major disadvantage. For example, kitty short hunting. That's because those funds disclose their puts, right? And that's, people hunt liquidity on both sides. It's no different. So when you disclose a bunch of it, you're like, hey, I got all this locked up at this level. Someone's going to come hunting for it. And you don't, you don't just need to be waving a big target around. Be like, hey, everybody, not a great thing to be doing. So when you do see even filings made, they've acted in such a way that the information that's out on the filing is outdated because they've rearranged the cups as, that's come out, right? So, you're going from stone to stone as it's being pulled out from underneath you. If you're just tracking filings, right? So it's either A, you've got to engineer your strategy to kind of reshuffle around those filings, which is brutal. The quarterly reports, right? Or you just dodge it entirely, which is probably far easier. No, I'm pretty sure he's just going to tell GameStop to continue doing what they're doing, to buckle up for market volatility, to hold on, and then to take advantage of it when the opportunity presents itself. A, with a share buyback, B, with stakes in long-term companies or investment funds, right? Like that's why he was talking at the start there about investment funds, right? Like, because they're being balanced for you, basically in real time, or like a quarter by quarter basis, whatever, to the best that they could possibly be, right? Because it's not the 501 best companies, it's the 500, so it's always the cream of the crop being kept in, and if you're chaff, get out of here. So that would be nice. I get that it's risky to go in single companies, but you can still do it in smaller size. Like say GameStop down the road's got $10 or $1 billion to invest, right? Free cash flow. They don't have to take a $1 billion stake in whatever, that gets spread out and diversified, right? And maybe 800 million of it is in a longer term ETF or something, right? And then you've got, 20% spread around multiple, single stock companies that are higher risk. But you're sized in appropriately with, a smaller amount, right? And still have that diversified across a couple. And, that's just classic investing, right? You can be super safe. I like to mix my risk profiles, right? Like the bulk of your portfolio is long-term, lower risk, lower reward, right? But then you take a smaller percentage, maybe 20% of that, and that's, enrolled in higher risk, higher reward, companies. And then you're blending the two together to find, the appropriate risk factor for yourself. Because it's so hard to, it's just like hedging options, right? Like, sell one call and buy 80 shares, and then you're hedged to 80% or something, right? I don't think it's great just to be like, oh, I'm totally low risk. I only do, these funds, or I'm totally high risk. I only do, single high growth companies, or, super scalers, whatever. I think it's a blend of both that's a little bit better, at least for me personally. If the grass is always greener, simply live on both sides, right? Because there's nothing wrong with long-term investing. It's really, really good. And honestly, it is the way, specifically if it's long-term and, you're not actively on the pulse. And even if you are actively on the pulse, there's a lot more risk. You're one share offering or, dilutionary move away from blowing up your account if it's not, spread around appropriately, etc. So only full port GameStop. I mean, yeah, if you can be that confident, you're good to go with most things. If you can just get a good base of that, because you should not be full port GameStop. I love it, and basically am, but I know enough to say that is super duper incorrect. Like, maybe not something you want to do in the future, unless of course it's GameStop, right? Not all things work out, even for those in the driver's seat, right? Like, I could be number one world race car driver and get in the best race car for the race I've won 10 years in a row, and it's still not a sure thing that I'll win it the 11th year, right? Like, there's other you know what I mean? Like, nothing is really a sure thing, even to those in control of it. Like, even they're like, oh, I don't know, not positive, but and if they're not certain, should you be, as someone who's just watching the race, right? Maybe not. However, I will die on this hill. GameStop, baby. I'm right there alongside you guys. I just, I've been around long enough to know that is incorrect. It's not something you want to do. But with that being said, heavy size allows you to scalp around your core position very successfully, which Burry talked about. Boom. I mean, technically, you probably won't need to change as long as it's GameStop. Just scalp around your core position and reinvest in GameStop, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, I don't think. Like, the Oh, the dark days are over, right? I know people like the dog days of summer. And they're like, oh, he means this summer, this immediate time zone. But what he means is the transition period of GameStop turning around and the uncertainty of it, you know, and that inflection point, which is going to hit different people at different times where it's like, oh, GameStop's turnaround's complete. They're in growth phase now. Holy shit. Right? So I think everybody's fine with GameStop. You know, there's a reason I'm here. You know, I'm not just farming people. LOL. I'm actually here myself. And have been here for probably longer than most people. I got the computer shares to prove it for a long time. Plus, you know, other accounts and just all the receipts in the Discord, doing the earnings cycles with people. LOL. Have I sold Kitty GameStop shares yet? You got any GameStop, Kitty? I've been trying to, you know, I indoctrinate people to the cult all the time, right? Like, hey, come hang out. It's, you know, you'll be rich. As he looks at his failing investment. Calling me, not on my birthday. 1877? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. All right, I mean, the market kind of reclaiming VWAP here. Can it hold? We still have time left, right? This could be an end-of-day run. We like that. Should we pull up some dailies? Nah. No way. White line is VWAP. Your God. It is my birthday, yeah. Unfortunately so. Yeah, so the white line is our volume weighted average on, I believe, a session. Then the red is the 200 EMA. The light blue or teal is our 21, and the dark blue or navy will be our 50. And then we're combining that with our volume histogram on the bottom, which has a 20 bar average. The yellow line on our volume is a 20 bar average. Yeah, well, turn your Bollinger Bands off, or your bands off of it. There's no need to have those on. You don't need your bands. Turn those off. Unneeded noise. Session. Time frame close. VWAP. So yeah, you can just change the color of it. Like, it's not all these, like, you can have it, you can change everything here. Like, you know, it could be yellow, or it could be red, or, like, you know, purple, whatever. That's totally up to you. This is just how I have mine. Which I have to recommend. At least until you know what you're doing, and then, you know, you can do whatever you want. I mean, you can do whatever you want now, but I got this dialed in so I can easily teach beginners how to trade successfully in fucking 10 minutes. It's not difficult. And then it's just a matter of them spending the time to increase their confidence in training, you know? Maybe enter colorblind mode for Strim. Oh, do we have that? Interesting. Oh, this is brutal. I can turn this on when I lose a match of Magic. Womp, womp, womp. Grayscale is lit, dude. Wow. Oh my gosh. I'm just using colorblind mode from now on. I love this. Oh my god, I do not love that. Or that. Dang, I'm blind. I do like this though, quite a bit. Huh. Cool. I didn't know Windows had that built into it. It doesn't translate to stream? Oh, it does. I can see it translate to stream. You kidding me? Can you guys not see my graph? Everybody can see this, Tolly. There's no way. Are you low-key telling me that you're colorblind? That's it, isn't it? And my whole PC translates. Well, it's off now. I'll turn it on. There's no way that you don't see me on grayscale. Oh, maybe not, though. Maybe not, though, because I'm looking at my preview window, but it's my preview window that's got it on, not the actual output. Oh. Maybe it doesn't show it to you guys. And it's only doing it to my monitor? No way. I'll figure it out. I'll do a little recording and see how it records. And then we'll turn it off. And look at our recording. It is. Oh my God, it is getting it before the filter. You're right. Crazy. Well, it's cool on my end. We are in night mode. I mean, I could put it on light mode. The daytime, which it's just too bright for me. I can't handle it. However, speaking of screens that are too bright, the new TV screens have sensors in them to capture your ambient lighting and match their brightness to it. It's good. It is good. Like these TVs look like they have paintings on them. They're like matte. Your phone does this since 2006. Not that they just put pictures on them, but the oh yeah, no, you're right with the auto brightness. Your phone does it. But using this, they were able to put like art pictures, you know, like a picture of a painting on the TV screen, and it looked like the painting. Like you couldn't tell it was a TV screen. I went to Best Buy Christmas shopping recently here. I was looking at TVs while I was in there, and I was like, dang, this is cool. And then the guy tried to sell me $16,000 TV. And I was just like, oh, man, I don't think so. It's going to be a pass for me, bud. He's like, oh, don't worry. You could go down just a couple inches, and it's only $5,000. I'm like, oh, perfect. That's in my budget. No. But that's wild, though. Like a 100-inch TV is $16,000, but the 85-inch TV is only $5,000. It's just, it's It's kind of crazy. I just found it interesting that the TV was able to have a matte finish on its screen. Like typically a TV screen is quite glossy and reflective, right? But this was like totally matte. Like I had to get like right up to it to like, wow, this isn't a painting. Holy. It was good. Got everybody fed this morning again. 26% gainer for y'all. Taught you how to do it ahead of time. Again. 2 days in a row. Pretty wild. Always buy the previous year's model. You'll save a lot of money. Yeah, and also not the best version of it. Did they maybe pry off the glass finish protective layer? No, it was there. You just couldn't see it, Tolly. I'm telling you, man. These TVs were lit. It was not like a screen I had ever seen. They were just so doggone thin, too. You had 2 cards go over 1,500% last week. Yeah, that's impressive. I was thinking about that. And I bet it was a local tournament, because you're asking why that happened, right? It was probably a local tournament at a card shop that had it placed really high, and the card shop itself probably went online and bought them all up. And then it was repricing them based on how it performed in that tournament. That's what I think. Do you not have superheats turned on? I don't know what superheats is. $35 on your 18K investment. Fucking gains, baby. Post that to like our investing. Like, check this out. Or there's a better one. Race to 1 million. Post it here. Post it. Race to 10 million. What are these guys even up to? Post your investment here, Tolly. Super charts. Super chats. Oh, well, it's because I don't have enough followers. I can't do that yet. But if you did want to donate, here's my email. So you can PayPal if you want or whatever. And then also just helping grow the community is pretty cool. Once I get 1,000 subscribers, then all of that gets turned on. I'm over 2 million already. It's unfair. Yeah, you got a head start. These people on GameStop, though, Tolly. So you're going to need it. I'll tell you what. You're going to want to start compounding that head start, or else you're going to blow it, bud. A couple years down the road, all these GME investors are just going to be like, how's your magic investment now? I'm just kidding. And even then, the magic investment will have like quadrupled, right? They don't have GameStops in Germany anymore because Tolly bought all their supply. Well, I'm Hello Good Trades on Twitter. Well, yeah. I'm definitely not Greg, though. It's not my name. Whoever told you that is making it on my list. No, coincidental. We'll make a joke, but I'm not that Greg. I just like to collect cards, is all. Get the newest PlayStation game, finish within 4 days, return it for full refund. Great business model, GameStop. Yeah, man. Pleasing the customer. Which Steam gets you, man. Steam only gives you 2 hours before your refund's up. It's like, man. Barely through the intro. This doesn't look good, right? Weren't we tracking this on the 4 hour? It's kind of holding. Maybe it breaks down though. We'll have to wait and see. This is take some time. Now they have to sell it used for 20% off at least. Yes. But if they can do that multiple times, it's not terrible. I think GameStop should put some money into a like actual production company. Like, can you imagine if GameStop put out Claire Obscura because they had bought the publishing house responsible for it? Something like that? Woof. Now that's how you send a stock. People would freak out. And it doesn't even have to be, you know, a AAA game. It could be like, you know, what was that card game that came out last year that was crazy popular? Just an indie game, Bartolo or whatever it was. I never played it, so I don't know the name, but it was like the rogue-like poker game, right? Bartolome? I don't know. That's a magic card, HCG. Bartolome is lit. You can sacrifice artifacts or creatures for a +1 counter. I don't think it's that hard to create a game if you have the capital for it, right? So it's more or less the vision and the implementation. Something I'd love to see as an actual fanboy, not, a fundamentalist saying, okay, we got to do a share buyback, reduce the number of shares, increase our earnings per share, which attracts more institutional investors because, it's a really positive number. Couple that with just general market growth and potential stakes in high-valued hyperscalers. Like, I don't know. All of that is fine, but something that also fulfills that nostalgia, right? That's like super on brand. And who doesn't love an additional revenue stream? We could certainly use it. I actually miss my old GameStop. It was really cool back in the day in the mall. They had all the old vintage games. Like, we were so far past PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64. Like, everybody was playing their Xbox 360 and their PS3, but this GameStop still had all those old games and consoles lined up on the, that was cool. Even just to go stand in the store and look at old games. A great experience for me. The market kind of doing that end of day ripperoni like we were talked about. What do we have? Reversal signal, key level breakout, trend retest, and go. Pairing that with another key level here. But, I mean, I wouldn't get too excited for it now. And how's Super Stonk doing today? Are they holding on? They're like, Burry didn't say what I needed him to. Get wrecked. Mm-hmm. Good thing you guys are getting taught about how to play options appropriately. Yep. So stop buying them out of the money. Fuck. Mm-hmm. I mean, you know what? I'm more inclined to believe some shit like this than some of the other stuff I see. Like Ryan's posts are kind of cryptic. Yeah, cheers, Johnny. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully we can get some more people here tomorrow. It's freaking slow. What do you need to play options appropriately? Well, you need to read a 1,000-page book, and then you need to paper trade them for 6 months. And then you need to execute, I guess, with an actual account. What's the price? $22.5. Ooh-wee. And that's where we finish the week. If it's not 22.5, 21.5. What's next week bring? Less. But still that 25 wall, 24 walls there. You know? The second it's moved way up to 30. No, this is a new week, I think, though, is the thing. There's not as much weight on that chain. And then this is OPEX. The big one, which there's no way we're over 25 for OPEX. I just am not seeing it. If there was ever a time to squeeze 25, this is it right here, boys. But I don't know if you'll get past it. And then that's that, right? So, yeah, a lot of juice. Fucking thrown away again. But that's fine. I mean, we're telling people to sell 25s. If someone bought them, someone bought them. You know, whatever. It was not me. Nor would as I telling anyone to buy 25s. You know, we're not buying any 22s or 23s or 24s or 25s. Well, 22s maybe. I do think I recommended the other day, yesterday, or the day before. That's as high as I went, though. I said 21s the day before, and then I said 22s the day after, if you really needed. And that was a hedged position. That was with a 25 sold or something, right? Yeah, 25s. And here, so this is, you know, the whole reason. So, like, I like this. Buying to open 21s and selling to open 25s, right? So, you know, that's how people are making money. And you can see that, right? They're, you know, buying support and they're selling resistance. Easy peasy. Buy the support, sell the resistance. Farm the premium. Give us a boost. I don't expect it to give us much of anything. Because even if his report is good, there's still time to implementation, right? TTI. So if he says all you got to do is share buyback with $500 million or $1 billion, you still got to wait for GameStop to get to $18 for that buyback, right? Because you're not going to buy it at 23. So there's, you know, and or he says something else, and you know, there's going to be a runway for whatever he says or recommends to the board. I doubt that what he says has instantaneous results. Market forward looking, sure, absolutely. Market love hype, great. But as far as, you know, not just riding the hype up on a weekly and dumping it right away on someone else's lap or selling them the call, like, it's going to take some time to actually cement itself. No, I think you guys get a pretty good blend here, and I'm pleased with myself even. Like, my conviction within GameStop is unyielding. And Burry saying there's no shorts, there's no legacy shorts, you know, it doesn't change my opinion at all as to the degree that I believe in GameStop, right? And specifically Ryan. So, you know, literally never going anywhere, but also simultaneously never willing to believe in hype. Now that's the combination that I do not mind having curated over the last couple years here. If XPX and Bitcoin reverse, GameStop can make its next leg higher, but aren't people saying the opposite of that? Aren't people saying, oh, if the market crashes, then GameStop goes higher? So which is it? Just curious. Just a quick question for you. I'm just excited the media is going to be forced to talk about GameStop. Yeah, and that's, you know, any publicity is good publicity. And it's from an authoritative figure. Like, nobody's second guessing Burry, right? Yeah, we are here for some time. I think legacy shorts have to exist. The behavior makes no sense otherwise. Why? What behavior doesn't make sense? The secondary squeeze? But we know the mechanics of that, right? We kind of talked about that yesterday, how it was a localized gamma squeeze by Kitty because they were failing to deliver on his exercised options in bulk. And you can track the volume, right? And he knows that they're not delivering. So then they have a deadline to that. And then he squeezes the options chain locally at the money as they do start to deliver his massive order. And it's, the two magnify each other. Because the market makers are now hedging his localized gamma squeeze, basically, while simultaneously delivering him shares. So it's not like there was some swap rolling or unhedging or anything for that secondary squeeze. I'm not a disbeliever in the swaps. I just don't necessarily know how, they're so obscured. Like, it's very niche knowledge. Like, I understand that a lot of them were opened up during the buy button halt, right? At which point they simultaneously dropped the short interest. I understand that. I get that. But how they've been rolled and distributed and spread out for the coming decades, I do not know. I also know that they can roll those at their behest. They're not forced, it's swap rolling week. Well, maybe if they didn't already do it, tracking to the deadline, but have you been there's so many crazy things that you'd have to be aware of, and unless you were the one specifically pulling the levers yourself, I don't think you would be aware or could be. So to hype up, it's swap week, they could have rolled those swaps 6 months ago. You don't know. It just seems all very dangerous. But yeah, that it literally could have been that. Like, here's the bags and you blow up and see you later. Right? Like, it wasn't like there wasn't a fallout from it. Like, we all watched it happen. Right? We've seen UBS. But the reality is, like, what was the short position? Let's say even if it was $1 trillion, like the massive, crazy thing, it's still not like to the degree that people make it to be. Like, they can bury it. Like, there's enough money to, like, settle debts. It just is going to blow some other shit up. If not for swaps, how do you explain the consistent dump for months on no news? It's an overinflated company. It's a company that should only be worth $7 billion, worth 10. That sucks, but it's the truth, right? GameStop's not necessarily undervalued. It's, in fact, overvalued, which is crazy, but it's the truth. But even at it being overvalued, I'm still, have upside potential on my mind, right? So, like, for example, to back up that thesis is we have earnings, right? And earnings are good. We are crushing earnings. We're higher than we ever were. Things are really good. We miss estimates a tiny little bit, right? But so we dump down, even though year over year we have these massive gains. Well, in the reality of things, you squeezed up, you're massively inflated because of the squeeze, and you've been slowly trending down to fair market value. It's not great. That's the truth. When something squeezes, it's not squeezing to fair value. It's squeezing far above fair value, right? And that's what makes those quite dangerous, because just like you want to buy in at a dip to 10 that immediately gets up to 20 again, so do they want to short the stock at 45 or, you know, whatever it happens to be, to get it back to 20 again. That's like, and they do it in size, right? So every time GameStop has a blip upwards, the amount of pressure placed on it, is quite extensive. And you can track that on short volume, right? We see that. And that's the reason there's so much volume on those days, is that A, they're covering their short positions, right? A ton of volume hitting the market. But B, they're opening up new ones, right? Because they are aware when they're done covering their short positions. And who's buying it at $50, at $60? Only them. They're the only ones still buying it at that price to cover out their obligations. Therefore, they know whenever they stop buying, the buyers disappear on the order book. And then it's all sellers on the order book. And the way we go, we flush downwards, because it is supply and demand. And when the buyers dry up, what's the price is no longer supported. It's going to crumble, right? So sellers take control and flush the order book downwards now. So it's, these squeezes make them a ton of money. Literally a lot. Which is why it's important for GameStop and ourselves as investors to take advantage of that, right? When we get these massive volume days, boy, oh boy, I would look at that. If not for, okay, no, I read that. So I guess if you don't believe in legacy shorts, you'd be a believer in GameStop because of potential upside. But as a trader monitoring volume across the market and opportunity, how could you justify GameStop? Because it has less risk than anything else in the market. The market is filled with perverse incentive, just like Ryan said, and I'm a big fan of Ryan. Look at any other stock. You want a long-term a stock? They're all controlled by vampires. Fucking get on the board, sink those fucking fangs in, and suck the company dry. Ta-da! I'm a successful, C-suite. Not great, but that's not Ryan's methodology. He's not a vampire. It would appear to me he's about creating value instead of, siphoning it away. So where would you feel safe parking your money? With a money vampire who's going to feed himself off of it, or with someone who's looking to help that grow? Couldn't be in better hands as far as I'm concerned, because when Ryan does a dilutionary move, it's for the benefit of you as a shareholder and him as a shareholder. And because of that, the company at large, as you're both invested in it, in comparison to AMC and Adam Aaron doing a dilutionary move where he's just like sucking it out of the straw, right? It's very, very different. During the forced trend down, even the hype from the White House pumping it to 22.5 to 24.5 in a few hours has been dumped very hard before the market opened. This is not normal price behavior. It absolutely is. What do you do when something overvalued pumps up? You short the shit out of it. Man, it's just like when a stock dips, you buy it up, right? The higher stock goes, the more short volume you'll see. And the more aggressive that short volume will be. Just like the lower a stock goes, the more buy volume you'll see. And the more aggressive the wick bounce up will be. That White House thing was crazy. Crazy, man. Like people were getting arrested for that meme, that JD meme on their phone. and then GameStop tweets it, and then the actual government retweets. Oh my god. GameStop social media fucking doing its thing, man. That's not bad. But the market is closed. Why the market's not closed though? The market literally trades and is about to be trading. I think Nasdaq's going to 24 hours, like right around the corner, isn't it? Right now, small caps are doing 24-hour trading, and I think the Nasdaq is going there right away as well with large caps. So, market never closed, bud. Not closed. Used to be closed a little bit at night. We still have pre and post market, but you're still able to, wiggle around during those times. Absolutely, and that's why you see GameStop has the hedge flip during those hours, because it's going to be a little bit easier to swing the liquidity as there is less of it during that time frame, right? If no legacy positions, why do media outlets gain from the internal FUD article campaign? They don't have to be legacy to benefit from that campaign. You'll notice that campaign is not always running, but does run sometimes. Furthermore, you are one of the only groups with money left to farm. When a vampire is looking for something to feed on, you need it to, to have some vitality to it, some blood to suck. We got boomers left in society with money, and super stonkers apparently have some money to blow, I guess. Maybe Pokemon collectors, right? There are not a lot of subgroups in society with spare cash. It's true. The majority of people are struggling. It's specifically now, right? Like, so you're an easy group to farm, unfortunately. And whenever they need to farm, they do, right? Because they know that you've got active liquidity in the market, and it's not just Beckett selling you calls. It's a lot of people, right? Like those 80,000 calls that magically appear on chain willy-nilly. Haha. Like, it's... I think more people in on it than you would assume, right? And if you know what's happening, why wouldn't you? It's like free cash for them. So I do think that it springs up every now and again, and it's the canary in the coal mine, right? Like, what a fucking red flag that is. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. And it's just that simple. When someone says buy GameStop, what you should be doing is selling GameStop. When someone says, oh, sell GameStop or forget about GameStop, what you should be doing is buying GameStop, right? So, the fact that they're not doing this with other companies doesn't necessarily give credence to GameStop having legacy shorts that's still trying to do its, pony show around you to get you to fuck off. But maybe that there is active liquidity in this group to be siphoned away, and that's the reason that they're here, right? 61% off exchange volume suppression today. What's the point of exchanges? Again, I'm not an economist. I don't have that much knowledge in the specifications or specificity of, the inner workings of the market, right? Like, I understand block orders and, why they're taken off exchange. So, we are suppressing unneeded volatility, right? I think it's very easy to, say things are, like bad, right? I guess, out to get you, not good, based again on your perspective, right? Like, but that's just it. Is it really rigged? Is it's awful easy to jump to that conclusion and say, oh, well, I guess I figured it out. I don't have to learn about, market mechanics because it's just rigged anyways. Nothing matters here. Kind of just seems like the easy way out to me. Like, if that's the narrative you want to accept, by all means. But I just personally am not buying it, right? Am I going to figure it all out? No. Like, I don't care enough, right? Like, I know enough to trade volume and momentum, and that can feed me, can feed you, right? Which I very much plan to. Then, my family, all of your families, and, away we go, right? But, I don't know everything, and I honestly don't plan to know everything. Like, I could care less about a lot of this stuff. Not to say that it isn't there and there isn't credence to it, but it's just like, how much can one person do, right? Like, you want me to be doing entry models and understanding risk management and doing call-outs for different option strategies, like, and then also understand, the inner workings that individuals with doctorates don't actually have a full grasp on and stuff. Like, come on. It's crazy, yo. And anyone who says they do, they're like, oh, I've got it all mapped out perfectly. Really? Do you? Are you certain about that? And if they are certain about it, that's even more of a red flag, right? So I don't know. Of course, try to figure stuff out, but I don't think you need to, right? I don't think you need to track swaps to be a successful GameStop trader. I don't think you need to track FTDs. It is interesting to follow the mechanics of the past gamma squeeze that we had. We had a good video of that from a long time ago, which I don't even know if is correct, but I, in the past, haven't needed those things to be successful, I guess. So I'm not really into them now. What a comeback here. Holy Toledos. We're burning up off that. Yeah, just be patient, though. Your GameStop trade will come around. Right? GameStop is great. The other trades are more or less to teach you about everything. Like, it's the watering hole. You need a sip of water. You need some liquidity. I'll give you a drink. But even today, like yesterday, we showed you guys how to form the watch list, and then here's the updated list in case you didn't already do it yourself. What's number one today, Vero? And even yesterday, what was number one yesterday? Right? What stock is this? Up 320% after our call out. And not only that, but like showing you how to find it yourself. So you don't need me to be like, or some other asshole online to be like, oh, I'll sell you, you got to pay me to get these plays. No, be like, I have a volume scanner. I have a, momentum scanner. I'm okay. Thank you. Go rip off some other idiot. But yeah, showing you how to do that. And then today, what's today's top gainer? Vero. Then look at that, sick gains. 26% off of an entry model, which we preach every day. EMA reversal. Key level breakthrough. Trend retest. Here's our entry right after the trend retest, saying we waited for confirmation, right? Is that trend retest going to hold? I don't know. But if it does, that's where I'm entering. Scalp it up. Scalp it up. Runners run. Scalp it up. And showing you how to do that. And tomorrow, it's going to be the exact same process. Nothing changes. This is the same thing every single day. Put your scanner up and watch it. Look for an entry model. Take the risk. That's trading. Ta-da. But you need to learn how to do that, right? You need to learn how to set your risk, right? You need to learn how to use this long position. So if I want to go long on GameStop, the number of shares that I can buy, you'll see that quantity right here, is changing. So I can buy 30,000 shares or I can buy 10,000 shares, right? Depending on where I'm putting that stop loss, because my risk on every single trade needs to stay the same in order to be consistent. Because if I size in with 10% and have a big win, right? And then I size in on 20% and have a big loss, I've lost not only that 10% from before, but now a whole bunch extra because I oversized. But if I stay consistent, then I'm able to just focus on my hit rate of the play itself, aka the entry model, right? Where you're actually entering based on specific things happening in order, right? And then your stop loss gets set on that, basically. And then that tells you how many shares you can get. And then you have to take profits. Imagine that. So there's a lot of things here. You have to know what to find, which we show you how to do that, where to find it. Then you need to pair it with an entry model, which is what the whole channel is about. I've done hundreds of them for you. Then you need to know how to set your risk, right, with this tool so you can size in appropriately with the right amount of shares. And then you have to take profits at the right time. You know, you're 1-to-1, you're 2-to-1, you're 3-to-1, scaling out along the way. Protect yourself, all while still managing the risk. If you can do those things, you're done. That's trading. And you're going to be better than the majority of other people, honestly. And it's not hard, right? You know, all these crazy indicators, Fibonacci retracements, and, you know, it's like, sure, absolutely. But you don't need it. Just like you don't need the FTDs and the swaps. You know, track the volume. We're tracking our 30-day average. We're tracking our current day average, you know? And we're looking for imbalances in that. Like, again, we have gone through this for those willing to pay attention. Look at the volume imbalance here. Current day volume, 500K. 30-day average volume is 200K. And we're not even at market open. This is 634, right? And you can see that the current day volume is already, you know, ellipsing the average volume. I think I yelled about that before too. What? Oh, that's in here. Look at this. Current day volume, 3.8 million. 30-day average volume, 32 million. This is 10x the, you know, average volume. That's the whole thing. So you're looking for a catalyst. You know, you want something with news to drive the volume so it doesn't just dry up on you, right? As well, that's going to really help. You're also trying to pair those things with the lower market cap and the volume profile, like I talked about, which is worked into the scanner because all of that's already incorporated. There's an idea here. An idea. We're going to check that out. I'll be right back. 1 minute. No, you cannot trade without a stop loss. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard about. If you trade without, you know, what? Goddamn, dude. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, trading strategy without stop loss is idiotic. I don't want to be rude, but there is no trading strategy without stop losses. That's not a strategy, brother. Damn, dude. I mean, buying shares without stop loss, sooner or later, the price recovers, and you can't lose except in case of bankruptcy, which we believe in GameStop's future. No, shares can go down without bankruptcy. Yep. They do that all the time market-wide. You don't want to have a stop loss in GameStop. Sure, that's fine. You may be a unique situation, but a strategy is something that you can apply outwards to other things, right? That's not a strategy. Yeah, you should have a stop loss. You should even have one with GameStop. You know? Sorry. That's the truth of trading. You should not have market anything in the market if you're not managing your risk. The only way you're doing that is with a stop. You know? You can hedge to make that softer, but sorry, I'm that's crazy, mentality. I cannot condone that whatsoever. Like, oh, I understand. None of us are going to sell our GameStop. We have the conviction, but again, that's not great. That's very bad, right? Having conviction in GameStop, great. Is it gonna turn out great? Yeah, absolutely. But the reality of it is, when you don't have a stop, you're getting burnt. You just like. And the truth of it is, everyone should have had a GameStop stop on this trend line. When this trend line broke the first time, your stop should have triggered. And the reality of it is, we didn't listen. So here's your stop at, 22 that nobody listened to. So we all just suffered all the way down to 20, to 19. Technically speaking, that should have been everyone's stop loss, right? Buying the dip. Wasn't the dip. You fucked that too early. But how do you know, right? How do you know, right? So, to me, this was a really good deal at the time, and we did recover from it. Sure, yeah. It's just very dangerous not to have a stop loss. Having a stop loss doesn't mean you can't come back to the company, right? So I could have a stop loss at 20, have it trigger, and buy back at 18, right? Or 19, or 1990, 1998. I could buy back at 2020 and have taken a bit of a loss. But the risk was respected, and that's the only way to be a successful trader, is respecting that risk consistently. Just like you have to scale out consistently. Because if you can't be consistent, then you're playing with fire. And when something is that dangerous and will burn you, you better fucking be consistent about not getting burnt. Yeah, sure. Oh, a fire is nice. It keeps everybody warm. Perfect. But there's appropriate steps to take while having a fire. There's fire safety, right? And if you don't follow fire safety, then you're going to get burned up. Sooner or later. That's just how these things go. And then, you've put in X years of hard work, of compounding all of this, and then you just threw it away because you're unwilling to manage risk. That's crazy. So that's never going to happen on the channel. Do I have unyielding conviction on GameStop? Sure, but you gotta have a stop. You gotta show yourself the respect. If you want to hang out with professional traders, you got to act like one, right? So, GameStop kind of going up a little bit here, though, right? I mean, almost 1%. I'm a winner. Fuck, I feel like a winner. It's my birthday. I got a Michael Burry post. GameStop's up on the day. You were all here. Oh, couldn't be better. I got a cake to eat later. Oh my God. That's going to be good. I mean, oh no, we went through that. In the case of violent price move, I've seen stop loss acting very weirdly with a huge gap from target. A stop loss is mental. Stop losses are mental based on your trading plan. You don't have to have an order placed for it to go through and respect it. You need to have that level in your mind, and when it crosses it, you execute manually, right? Oh, my stop didn't fill because the price shot through it. So stop out now, you know? You can't just defer something because, you know, your limit didn't get filled. These things are mental in your mind, and you stick to the plan. Well, we're not too into close. Oh, we are into close. Holy, today just flew by. We got to do our outro still here, chat. Buckle up. It's YouTube recording time. You guys, we're going to go into overtime a little bit today. That's fun. We'll get GameStop here. What are we talking about today? The PMO. We're going to save this really quick. Going through all of this. Okay, we're just going to wing it. Fuck it. I didn't realize how late it was. We should have already been doing this. Ow now, brown cow. Unique New York. Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and thank you so much for taking the time to stop by and chat about GameStop here with me. We have another green day on our boy 1%. We have only 7 minutes left to the close. Things looking really, really good for us here today. On that note, we did call yesterday's high perfectly on our socials. Follow us on Twitter, follow us on Blue Skies, and we're also on Stock Twits for everybody with live callouts. Of course, if you want to be in the Discord as well, we're keeping up to date with all of the technicals as they come through, potential entry models to take as well, which is pretty neat, all for free, I may remind you. Miss Maya's in studio with me today, getting some laps in on her wheel. Meow. And let's get into it, right? So we have a Michael Burry post coming out today, which is super exciting. It's also my birthday. Coincidence? I think not. So we went through that, which is pretty decent. Not anything that we didn't already know, but something that's really good for anyone who wasn't around in 2020, 2021, as well as the official narrative from an authoritative figure, right? Someone who's in the industry that, isn't, BSing you, right? Look at that cat go. So that's pretty cool. My takeaways from the post, which, you definitely pulling her hair out. I love it. You should definitely go through if you're interested. It's quite long, so we're not going to go through it here today. It's in classic Michael Burry fashion, just pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of it. So check it out. It's quite the read. But our takeaway from it was, nothing we didn't already know, but it's still nice to have the official narrative from, Burry, which, how do you dispute that, right? So if anybody wasn't around, anybody wants to kind of get caught up on GameStop, boom, you've got the post for them now. That is perfect. Right? No BS, no tinfoil, just the facts, how they should be. Whether or not that suits your bias or not, that's up to you. For me, this is everything I could possibly ask for. Again, on my birthday, which is great. So, some key things that stood out to me is he placed a lot of value on the console cycle, right? More than I would have expected for GameStop's turnaround and for these events into the squeeze to kind of stack up together. A lot of credence towards the share buyback that they did as well. The board changes, Ryan's ability as a long-term investor, even referring to him as the next Warren Buffett. That's pretty bullish, right? And the retail investor buzz that kind of formulated that original gamma ramp. Yesterday in the Discord, we talked about the mechanics of the second gamma ramp. Was it last year, 2 years ago now, from a long time ago, from another member of the community. If you're interested on how all of that happened, because Burry kind of touched on it, but you can get a little bit more in depth on that if you want. He mentioned how he wanted to stay under the SEC requirement rule for the filing of his position, and then also mentioned how he was scalping actively around his core position and didn't want to do a new filing every trade that he made, right? So again, scalping around your core position, something I preach. Now, Burry saying, I do that as a successful trader as well. Probably not bad, right? Burry did sell out a little early, which again, he went through his regrets on that, whatever. But, no one could have expected GameStop to squeeze that high, right? Moving forward, he's going to have a second part coming out, maybe with some additional recommendations for the board, which is kind of what this post was about, was how all those recommendations basically caused the squeeze, even though he didn't see it going that far, right? And now we're going to make maybe some new recommendations. Where does that lead? Oh, I don't know. And then, let's go through the technicals, right? Leaving you guys off talking not only about our resistance on that 4-hour 200 exponential moving average, but the local 15-minute order block here, right? So a lot of potential resistance here. We're going to have to overcome it, right? We're not going anywhere until we can overcome this 4-hour signal, right? This is kind of messed up because I had a share go through today for some reason. Let me just get rid of all of them. I hate the execution marks. So they just get in the way, right? So the 4-hour is, kind of our boss here, right? The EMAs, no longer diverging here, but converging, which is really good. And we want to see that reversal signal, which we have on the 1-hour set, right? Boom, here's our EMA cross. Here's our key level breakout, right? Trend retest kind of here. But, if the 200 can hold on the 1-hour, that's really good, right? Then we can re-challenge the 4-hour on, or the 200 on the 4-hour, mind you, which, we're just kind of chilling, right? So we did invalidate the 1-hour bearish order block. That's a bullish breaker block holding as support this morning. That's really important for continuation. And honestly, it looks good for continued expansion or price improvement. Like I said, that 4-hour, it needs it, right? We definitely have some work to do here. But I don't think it's out of the cards, because when we jump into our PMO, we are watching the 4-hour to make sure it can hold, which it did. It crossed today. This is something we've been waiting for. So this crossing gives us confidence on the 1-day holding and confirming its cross, because it was pretty touch and go here, and it looked like it might be a false signal. But with that 4-hour holding, this looks good, which is going to be really nice for some long-term movement. Of course, our smooth PMO line is still trending downwards. Not great. Not something we want. But, once we get over, it's going to start to catch up as well. And that's, where we really have some fun with things, right? So a little bit of work to do here still, obviously. It could take a bit. We're talking weeks, maybe months. Days, certainly, because this is going to take a while to swing back. And as it swings back, we could set back underneath of it for a little bit before, coming back. And that's really the time I'm targeting. So not right now, but once we swing over and have the same reversal like we see here, but with, our line kind of going upwards, right? So still trending downwards here. We want to see it reverse and go upwards, right? So still trending downwards, as we do when we cross first off. But if it can hold for maybe a multiple, like a bump up off it and goes again, right? Rather than just the blast back under. So, things look good, but we're going to have to watch, right? Again, this is only one indicator, but something that has treated us very, very well. Now, on that note of things that, do really well for us, let's take a look at the RSI. On the 4-hour, hitting those lows, which previously were, respected, right? And that's kind of where we were entering last time. Not getting the discount we want, but it doesn't mean that it won't come, right? Whether we continue from here is another thing. We still have 100 days until earnings, basically. Those haven't been announced. It says 105, but I don't think it's that many. So a lot of time to just hang out and wait. We have OPEX coming our way, right? On January 16th, not that far away. 70,000 calls, 65 or 66,000 at 25, acting as a massive call wall. But we have support at 22. We have support at 20, right? So, I honestly think we're bouncing, between 2150, 22, to that 2450, 25 before we, ping pong back and forth until OPEX passes, right? At which point the pressure is relieved because, we got these 70,000 calls to expire worthless, PU, and then we move forward into the future, most likely seeing some price improvement as far as I'm concerned. I could be wrong on that. On that note, we've been recommending in the Discord for a couple days now that you buy, support, sell resistance. If I can find that. Join the Discord. There's a lot of posts in here. I got to start tagging things. Right here it is, right? The other day, we're saying buy to open 21s, sell to open 25s, right? So you can see how that is translating in real time where, yes, the 21s are going to print. That's very nice. And the 25s, most likely expiring worthless, when it comes down to it. So just farming some theta there, right? Again, join the Discord. We can answer any questions in real time for you guys, whether we're live or not throughout the day. If you're curious on anything, you're looking for some advice, I'd be happy to help to the best of my ability, right? Taking a look at GameStop here today through FinViz to get the free float. So Burry, in his post, he's talking about all the different mechanics that led into the gamma squeeze, and we're saying, okay, we've got 400 million free cash flow. That probably grows to $1 billion. What does a $1 billion share buyback look like at $20, right? Well, that's 50 million shares. And then, okay, so it's the computer shares or the free float minus the computer shares, minus the short interest shares, minus the share buyback shares. And what does that really leave? And then you got to look at the options chain, right? And how much of that is represented in the chain in multitudes, and can you get that in the money and have them hedge it? And there's this whole thing, right? So read through the article. It's pretty decent. More to come there as well. GameStop looks really good fundamentally. We're going into Q4, which is, everybody's best earnings. Plus, we've just corrected a massive ship, turning it around. So that is fantastic. Again, 100 days to that. Join the Discord. You can Google Hello Good Game to find that link tree, and then there's a Discord link here. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Again, if you haven't read this, check it out. Something that I'm sure that we'll continue to come back and check on every now and again. Look at the language on this. Burry, what the hell? I gotta show my mom this, and you're talking like a sailor, bro. It's a pretty spicy read, so check it out. Shorts never close. People talking, okay, Burry didn't mention the short interest change. How they changed the equation for that. And, so the equation doesn't differ that much, right? You can reverse engineer it. It's public domain. We know the old equation. We know the new equation. They just take shorts off the denominator, right? So you can't get over 100%. But you're still all rated against one another using the same equation, right? That doesn't change. You can still see who the more shorted stock is, etc. The problem isn't that they changed the equation, right? Which we know that. That's fine. The problem is that the short interest disappeared with the change of the equation, and it doesn't jive, right? That's the problem, right? So whether or not that short interest was hidden in swaps, which also was not talked about here, and that's going to maybe come out in the future, right? I certainly wouldn't want to poke the bear and kind of reveal another's magic trick, right? When there's a practicing magician doing a trick, you don't want to be the guy in the back saying, that's how they're doing it, right? Because then you blow up their whole show. That's their admittance tickets. They're getting fees and their livelihood off that. They will retaliate And it's not, it's like he mentions in the thing, it's kind of a dirty game at that level and maybe not something that you want to be involved in, right? So even if true, right, if the short interest is hidden in swaps, Burry's probably not going to unveil that for everybody right out of the gate. In the years afterwards, absolutely, I'm sure he breaks it down for us. But for now, in real time, just overcapping what has already happened and has confirmed, without going into any tinfoil. Super appreciate that. If you want some tinfoil, it's all over Superstonk today. I'm sure you'll find some. But yeah, so we're talking about the short interest thing there, which is pretty cool. Technical analysis, GameStop's not really trading a lot. The average volume is down, but it's still hanging in, right? So we're waiting for 100 million volume day. We're waiting for 200 million volume day to really to capitalize on anything. Not getting into any sizable option plays currently. If you want to be selling above that resistance at 25, by all means. Buying in the money, sure, but I'm not necessarily sold on it. If you do, make sure that you're scaling it out when we do get to those resistance levels. But at this period in time, I think common shares are okay. We very much could just track sideways for some time. Like I said, between that 22 and 24.5 level, not a lot of wiggle room, right? But it's once OPEC's is over, all of those obligations are kind of cleared out, that I think we'll probably start to see some price improvement. And it's not that far away, right? It's like a month away. So if we get it before then, absolutely, we'll take it, right? But nothing that I necessarily expect moving forward. As far as technical analysis goes, everything that we've touched on is great. The 15-minute reversal chilling, holding that 200 is going to be key. And it's the same story on all different time frames, right? But, it's going to set first on the 15 minutes, then it sets on the 30 minutes, and then we set it on the hour. And you can see how it's kind of slowing down. And then the 4 hour hasn't set yet, right? So, we want to hold those previous reversal signals, right? We want to hold that 4 hour PMO, which we just had today. And we want the 4 hour reversal to set, right? We want the light blue over the dark blue, simple stuff, pairing that with a key level breakout. So not the lines crossing the red, but the price crossing the red. So first we want the lines to cross each other, and then we want the price to cross a key level. In this case, it's going to be the 200 exponential moving average, right? At which point this really does get bullish, right? And then we can look at the 1 day, which is not, right? This is going to need some work. We have a daily gap fill that we can trigger here on the 1 day. I don't really use the 1 day a lot as it doesn't incorporate pre and post market, the extended trading hours, which is where GameStop typically sees a lot of its movement, right? If it's squeezing to new highs or getting crushed to new lows, that's the time frame it takes place in. So I like to keep on to it. However, a technical trader is looking at the daily chart. They just get into this daily chart. They say, okay, here's a gap on the 1 day. The moment the price breaks the lower band, they're entering, right? So obviously, first you're going to expect rejection off of it, which we do have. But once we get into it, right, and confirm that we're in that gap, is this it? Yeah, it's the bigger one we want. So we're seeing the rejection here perfectly. Classic stuff. Always rejecting the lower band. But once we break into it and then use the lower band of the gap as support, break into it, and then it's support. I think I could get a pen up here. Right, so we're going to break into it, use it as support maybe a couple times. Then we can potentially look for the consequent encroachment, that 50% mark, right? That's our dotted line. Just classic magnet stuff. How do they work? If you get through that, then you can aim for the upper band of the gap, right? So if anyone is long here, they're going to probably be reducing risk right here because that's where it rejects. But if it breaks through and then acts as support instead of resistance, because it's resistance here, if it acts as support, right, if we can bounce up from it a couple times, then you're going to get that gap fill. There's going to be a lot of traders entering long here with their stop losses underneath of that daily gap. Furthermore, daily gaps don't always reject on the upper band fill. Sometimes you break. Sometimes you break through it, and then it becomes your support, right? A lot of the times it does reject, though, more often than not. However, when a stonk is really strong, it will break through, base upon, and then move, right? As you know, it's just typical, support and resistance level. So that's the day. We're done trading. GameStop up 0.86% on the day. It's not much, but it's honest work, which is pretty cool. So things look good, right? That PMO on the 1 day is awesome for the next month, right? The 4 hour is awesome for the next week, right? Let's see if it can hold. And then, our reversal signals, they're all good, right? So we just want to set the 4 hour, right? We're looking at that, trying to get this to reverse. It's close, right? But we just need a little bit of extra juice, at which point, we are breaking the 200 on the 4 hour, basing above it. Resistance turns into support, right? We've already rejected it once. We could reject it again, but eventually we will reclaim it. It will become support. We'll reclaim the gap. And, then as far as I'm concerned, it could be our next earnings run up at that point. Maybe it happens before. 100 days is a long time, but we need to be patient. We'll take it as is. When we see an appropriate entry model, we're going to yell about it. For now, if you're confident, like I said, you can kind of be selling that resistance level, buying the support level. I think that is okay. Of course, we have the watering hole open for everyone as well. If you're maybe interested in other stuff, we have been teaching individuals the volume imbalance, right, within small cap. So how do you spot it ahead of time, right? How do you put up your scanner with their different requirements, right, or filters to find the right play? Yesterday, we, AMCI, we gave this at 347. It hit $15. Fantastic. Based off of the knowledge I've accumulated through GameStop. I imagine, hedge funds don't want you to know that. But definitely chase FTDs with your time. And chase swaps. Please, by all means. So today, updated watch list into open, 721. Vero, $2. And it hits, what was this, 285? How's that, So showing you beforehand what to look out for, what to watch, teaching everybody on the channel about the entry models. Here's your reversal signal. Here's your key level breakout. Here's your trend retest. There's your entry. And again, not just that, but breaking it down. Which I thought I did. Did I not draw? Oh, here it is, right? Here's 1. Here's 2. Here's 3, right? Just doing the education all in the Discord for you guys, right? 1 is EMA reversal. 2 is key level reclaim. 3 is trend retest, where you enter and then scalp it up. Ta-da! All for free. All for free in the Discord. Not charging anyone for that. So thank you for watching. Leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel. We're also live on YouTube every single day, a weekday that is, this December, 12 until 4 Eastern, talking about GameStop, getting into everything we possibly can. And we'll be here for the entirety of December. If we can get 100 viewers on the live stream, we have 25 right now, so we have some work to do, right? Invite your friends, come hang out. I'd love to answer any questions, just have a conversation in general. Show off my GameStop bags. I have the biggest GameStop bag that's ever been manufactured. I'm not sure that anyone else even has a bag this big. Maybe we'll show that off tomorrow. And so come by, hang out. We're on YouTube Live, but we also have the recap video for you all who are busy as well, so we don't want anyone left out. And then, if anything happens, we're here, right? So where to come for that information as it happens to get the, the non-hype perspective, right? I'm as committed as anyone could possibly be to GameStop, never leaving. Why would I? But at the same time, I don't believe any of the hype. Not happening, dude. There's no way. So if you're ever looking to stay grounded, I got you covered. With that being said, if you have anything exciting that you want shot down, you want me to tell you that you're just too excited, hit me up, right? I'd be happy to look at it because I would love to be as excited as you are, as some of the other creators, right? And I do think that's why they're met with so much success. Is it's the unpopular lie versus, or sorry, the popular lie versus the unpopular truth. A lot of people just want to hear their biases projected back at them. GameStop's great; it's going to run to $200,000, whatever happens to be. This is craziness, rather than well, this isn't much, or this is going to take weeks. But that is what it is, right? And throughout that time scan, we're able to act appropriately, right? We just had some massive gains on the last earnings run up for everybody. I would like to find a play between now and next earnings for GameStop that's like super high conviction that we can maybe size in a little bit more. But worst case scenario, we just sit on our hands. We just wait until maybe 30 days until earnings. Then we start to maybe hunt for an entry model. At which point maybe there's 20 days until earnings and we're starting to size in. And then all of a sudden there's only 10 days until earnings and we're like sizing in even more because it's working in our favor. Then it's the last week, we make our final entry and we're starting to scale out. Sound familiar? And that's something that we're going to do on the channel for you guys coming up for next earnings season, as well as every other possible earnings season. Because it's something I've done now, not only the last earnings, but for my Discord community for like years now. So we're very confident in that. And again, I'm going to be looking for something else for you guys all as well. That's it for today. Thank you so much. Leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel, kick back, relax, and just enjoy the rest of your day. All right. And we'll see you soon in the next. Oh, okay. How to join Discord. I got you. It's been a long day. No, I've got the biggest GameStop bag. You could fit a whole family in it. I could fit everything I own in this GameStop bag. It's so big. Like, it's a tent. It's not even a bag, bro. It's like a tent with handles. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a house cover. You know those fumigation tents they put over the apartment buildings and stuff? It's like that, but it just says GameStop on it. This thing is huge. I'm not kidding either. It's, like, oh, wow, I thought my GameStop bag was big. Right? Yeah. So that's it for the YouTube stream. I'm back tomorrow. You guys have a good day. I'm going to be on Twitch later, celebrating my birthday with my friends. And